Hi, it's Kevin Kgmjam, owner of Pro Advertisers Club, a totally free site to advertise. Go to proadvertisersclub.com, join for free today, and start advertising for free. Okay, I'm giving up on trying to show any kind of tabs with StreamYard. It's not working, so I'm just going to use it. I've paid for the month, so unless I can figure it out, I kind of like this setup, but I'm just going to use it for Q&A pretty much. So I'm streaming. If you stop by, ask a question, leave a comment. I've got the comments set up. And just say hi. Don't got to stick around. But pretty much just going to talk about Veve and Splinterlands and DC NFT Pump. I can't believe they have not sold out of that All-Star comic. And usually they open it up and you can buy more than two. It's $20 a pop, but this is definitely a Grail comic. I believe we're at the bottom. And so, I don't know, to get this type of comic, 6 months ago, you weren't even guaranteed to get one at 4,500, 5,000 mints. Now they did 3,500 and they only sold 2,500. Now it's $10 more. So it's a little bit more expensive, but this is a Grail. I just can't believe they might not have that many people on the platform. Because if each person bought two, that'd be 1,700 people. They might not have 17 people, 100 people on the platform. So I don't know. Does it discourage me? No, it doesn't. It kind of surprises me that they haven't opened it up to buy more than two copies. I kind of like that though. They should keep it one, and then once everybody's bought it, who bought it, maybe 3-4 days later, open it up and everybody can buy it up. But I'll pull up some statistics here, and let's go, because right now it hasn't sold any in like 2 days now. It's kind of shocking. Let's go to NFC Palm. Okay, yeah, they got 760 left, but only 15 of them are legendaries. So I don't know. It is very mysterious. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I just uploaded to eBay or to YouTube, and what I did was I did a recording, not a live stream, on StreamYard, and even that had problems. I don't have that problem with Screencastify, so I might have to go back to them. I don't know. I reached out. I wasn't happy, so let's see if it's just my. If it was just my computer, then I would have problems at all times. If it was my internet, I couldn't stream on the other platform and not have problems. So it's more than likely something to do with StreamYard. I'm on a Chromebook. Chromebook's supposed to be the best one with StreamYard. So I might just have something turned on or off, or I don't know. I'll give them a chance to respond. We'll go from there. But what can you do? But I'm going to use this as a Q&A anyway. And actually, we got the drop coming in 20 minutes. So let me open that up. And Veve's kind of the same state. We'll still sell out every now and then, but it's not guaranteed, especially on the collectible side. The comics are pretty much, if it's any kind of whatever, it's going to sell out. But their next comic, they're charging $20. It's not a Grail, but they're only minting 5,000. I don't know. But this avatar drop, $35, I'm going to pass because I think you can get it cheaper on the common anyway. Or the rare. The rare is probably going to go for about 20. Ultra rare would go for about retail 35, and the secret rare probably go for 70. But the odds of you getting one really aren't that bad, to be honest. But I don't know. I'm going to sit this one out. Right now, I'm working on the YouTube, getting that all caught up. Changes saved. Go back in here. StreamYard's got a link that you can post so that if somebody joins underneath you, you get a kickback if you're so disposed. So here we go. Shit. I can't believe I just did that. Okay, yep, I just did. That's exactly what I did. All right, I'll go back and do it again. But lately the drops haven't been going too far below retail on the collectibles. That's a good sign. That means people are getting tired of losing money. Because you only lose money when you sell. If you get something that drops below retail, just hang on to it for the upcoming bull market. Which people are arguing it's going to happen, it's not going to happen. I kind of believe it's going to happen before the halving because that would kind of catch everybody off guard, and then it will piss off for the next 4 years. But what do I know? That's what I'm looking out for, because you can sell too early, you know. But let me point something out on any bull run. The absolute high is only literally, it could be seconds or days. But then the rest of the time, it's never at that high again. If you look at the charts, you got to time it just right. And unless you got inside information, you know where the high is, you're probably not going to sell it at the high. If you do, you're lucky. But 95%, 98% of the time, the price is anything but at its high. And if it's only down 5%, not a big deal. But you know, once it starts getting down 30, 40, 50%, people are either upside down on it, or they're thinking what they lost if they hadn't sold it at the high, they're just going to hang on to it. So yeah, most of the times when we're talking about this stuff, it's down most of the time. So it's easy to get this impression that it sucks. But let's be honest, Bitcoin doubled in price in the last year. Since last year, it's doubled in price. What other asset can you name has done that? None that I know of. In the last few days, things have 3x, 4x. Now they've gone back down, gone back up, gone back down. But the point is, most of the times you're just going to hear that it's going to appear that's bad because it's not at its high. Think about that. All right. 15 minutes to the drop. I see use for these down the road, some kind of utility, maybe a game, but as a collectible right now, I don't see it is Avatar. Let's see what the mint one is there. Yeah, 610. I don't know. You might be able to get the secret rare at retail. Is it going to sell out? I'm going to say no. You're going to have the mint chasers going after them, dumping them to get their money back. How many hardcore avatar collectors are on there? I don't know. Most of Veve people right now are collectors / investors. That's what I am. I collect, and then I that's where I get into trouble because I don't want to sell something if I only got one of them, and I'll miss the high because I want to keep it. I'm a collector, but I'm also not against selling. So you stack things and then you sell them, right? But I think the best strategy on this one is to let it drop. The odds are you're not going to get. If you do get a low mint, you can make some decent money on it. But the odds are you're not going to get it, and then you get the regular rare one and it's half price a couple of days from now, and that's when you want to buy it, right? Buy low, sell high. But that comic doesn't really make any sense. Why they're charging $20 for it? Maybe Disney's hurting for money. They want to up the price on comics. Maybe that's going to be the norm. $20 a pop. Now you hear how my music's slowing down? Something's lagging. I haven't opened up anything. The longer I stream, the worse StreamYard seems to get. And I did a diagnostic test on the internet. It's fine. I do get a warning about Android app, but I'm on the web page here. I'm not on any kind of an app. And my other streaming service, Screencastify, whatever it's called, it works fine. I kind of like StreamYard better. It's simpler to use, but it's not working as good. And if I can't get that, then I'll go back to Screencastify. But and I might just stream right through YouTube. Maybe that will be better. Maybe this is. I don't think it's on my end, is what I'm saying. I don't know. Okay, show more. Let's go back and get the tags. But what I've been doing is on my YouTube channels, uploading the short little videos, shorts for the drops and for the collectibles and comics. I'm thinking, anybody can do that. Even if you don't have a YouTube channel, go open one up, go on your phone, record, go onto the Veve app, and then, hit the load button for the app or whichever collectible it is, and then record it for like 30 seconds. And then upload it. It has a share button. I use a screen app that's built into my phone, but you just record what's on your screen on your phone, you upload it into the YouTube, and if you're on the platform, that's what you want to promote Veve, because the more people we bring in, the better it is for everybody, because that makes the mints less. There's more people than there are mints, and that person brings in money, so it's going to bring your value up. But instead of just sitting around complaining about low prices and they're not doing enough, and again, they're going to go at their pace, not yours. I laugh my ass off when people sit online crying about how they're not moving fast enough. How they move has nothing to do with you. They've got their plan. They're going to do it as slow or as fast as they want to, and that's the end of the story. All you can do is guess. So if you're one of those people who went out and mortgaged the house because they were going to flip it in a month or two, and now it's been 2 years, that's on you, period. Don't do that kind of shit, ever, ever. Now, DCA, spend $5 here or there, and we do very well. You can't lose. We're down 90% right now. Okay, so copy this. Going back on to show more. English. See, there it is. Something's going on. That could be my internet. But you hear the music starting to slow down. I got 2 computers opened up right now. I've got one just dedicated to the streaming here. This is a Q&A. And then I got my regular computer that I'm going to work off to get off information if anybody asks. But I can't show anything because otherwise it freezes up the stream. Now, I can change banners. And let's go put this one on, see what it does. See, that's kind of sloppy. That wasn't bad, but that kind of slowly switched over. And I love the banner ticker system here. I can make it the ticker, which I think makes it look better, or I can make it a regular banner. But I have fun with that because I got about 20 saved. You know, I can add things and just put them on there, like today's question or whatever. But I got to get some. I got followers. I got 600 followers, but I've got to get people coming. I'm going to set up a stream time, and we'll get together and talk about this stuff. If you enjoy talking about it. And then I post, when I post a stream or a record one, I will take the link on YouTube and then I'll put it on Twitter or X and Facebook. So I've got 3 platforms that I'm promoting Veve on, especially when I do the shorts. You don't have to do a stream. You don't have to do videos as far as, you know, editing and creating them. Just do a simple advertise the product. I mean, if you get 1 person brought in, that's great. But what if you get 3 or 4 brought in? What if you did 1 video a day, a short, it'd take you about, total process about 15 minutes. You upload it to your YouTube channel, and that's all you did. And you brought in, maybe you bring in a dozen people. And imagine all 20,000 of us do that. That's what you can do to help the platform. I mean, you're already helping by buying and supporting it, I know. But I'm just saying, that's something, if you really believe in this platform, want to help out, do something like that. I gave up talking to friends and family because they absolutely don't. They only want to talk about when something good happens. Then they're like, why didn't you tell me? Yeah, well, because last time I tried to talk about it, you shut me down. So. But you ever see that show, the Short, The Big Short? And in one scene, the main guy is in his office who he's told all his customers, he's an investor firm, and they give him their money. And he comes out, he goes, when you give me your money, you can't have it back till I give it back to you. You can't just come, because the only way this will work if we all stick together. Because I think he's shorting it or longing it, but I don't understand that. But he's doing something where until it happens, he's going to be paying money out of that fund to stay in the game. And the only problem he has is he gets in too early. So he's bleeding money for, I think he got in like 6 months too early. He could have waited another 6 months and really done good, but he still did good. But anyway, so in this scene in the movie, the customer comes in and they're like, well, what is it you did with our money? And he goes, well, I really don't have to tell you, but this is what I'm doing. I'm shorting the housing market. and their mouths drop because everybody knows that's a losing game. Nobody does that. But he saw something nobody didn't. So they start yelling at him. They're calling him asshole, I want my money back. And, it's just, I laugh my ass off. But at the end of the movie, it works out. And their millions of dollars turn into billions. Okay, now, these are big players anyway. So that's a bad example. But let's go down. Let's say our $10 turn into tens of thousands. Not financial advice, but that's what everybody's hoping who invests in this. But if you do it the way I'm saying and you just collect, you can't lose because you have a very nice collectible and you don't get into trouble because you did something stupid with it. Time will tell. That's where we're at right now. But I feel like that guy where when I go talk to my buddies that were so early that to them it looks like we're nuts. But then when the day comes, which we all hope it does, then we will hopefully look very well. Not look as stupid as they think we look. Okay, let me get done with this real quick. Google, let's go to X. I don't know, it's hard to stop calling it Twitter. Okay, yeah, like I've got people advertising the drop today already on X. Now, it's because I'm following them. But I'm just saying, little things like that, you start accumulating people joining. And of course, when the crypto people get filthy rich on the next bull run, they're going to have crypto and they're going to flood into the NFT market. I think that's what's going to pick us up next time. Okay, now let's go to Facebook. All righty. All right, let's go to, I got a messenger. I don't want that. All right, John Donnelly posted on Veve Collectible and Friends. Anyone interested? It's the secret rare Aladdin pencil, number 3333. And it doesn't say, I guess he hasn't listed it yet because he's Charles Van Whitemerch. Wow, that's a hard last name. I could be if the price is not too high from floor. Yeah, that's a pretty good different buying pressures on this stuff that you got people in mint that just, they want a certain mint number. And 3333 is an example. So you on a pull could get that and post it for higher. I sold one of the drops in the past of that. The guy wanted this. You don't know they want that number, but you post it maybe if the floor is at $5, you post it at 10, and they want that mint number. And so we'll see if this goes. But we got the drop coming up here. It is 16 seconds. I'm not going for it. We'll see what happens. I don't think it's going to sell out. But those Aladdin pencils, I'm still waiting on the desk. And I'm hoping Elsa's attached to it some way because she's got that pen in her dress attached to it. All right, let's see how that went. Oh, I got to post this real quick. Okay, the drop is live. And all it's showing is calculating, so there's no way. I don't think it's going to sell out. There's just too many mints. If you're watching, drop a question, or I'm just babbling on about Veve, something I love to talk about. And let's change the banner. I'm also experimenting with StreamYard. I'm having a hard time with it. I can't open up any tabs. And I have gotten the banners working. I've got the music playing. And I can do the timer, but anything else just freezes it up. So and also the longer I do it, it freezes up. So I've been live now for 30 minutes, and it seems to be running pretty good. So we'll see. I've contacted StreamYard. I just joined them yesterday, and I've been messing around with it. Okay, let's write something, create post, paste well, like I've been saying, if you want to help out, if you want to bring more people into the platform, because a lot of people complaining how they're not doing enough, it's not moving fast enough, is a simple way is, if you don't have a YouTube channel, go open one up. It's real simple. And then use your phone to post short videos of the product, like today's drop. It's best on the animated ones, and even do the past one, but do like one a day. And you post it up to your YouTube channel, and you'll get views. And say if by doing that you bring in one person, and if 20,000 of us do that, that's 20,000 new people, and we can build it up that way. And then of course the bull run, next bull run, which I think is going to come after the halving. It might come before, but once those crypto guys get money in their pockets, because a lot of Veve people are crypto people anyway. And a lot of people on Veve are probably broke, But once they get fat cash from the crypto bull run, they're going to start buying NFTs again. And then you got the metaverse coming, which that could be years away. Could be fully, the only mistake I think we've all made is the time frame. We just don't know how long. We were thinking 2 years ago that it's what it is and it's only going to get better, but we didn't see this 2-year gap coming that was just going to, plummet. And doesn't mean the app's not still the app. I think Veve is definitely one of the premier apps or platforms. Not financial advice, of course, but I don't see anything better than Veve right now. I see things that might be more busy, have more people, but the long term of what Veve's trying to be or say they're going to be. Now let's talk about this. What if Veve, if Disney, who just started another partnership with Pinnacle on the Flow, the same people that Pop Shots is on and NFL All Day, they could pull all their apps or their IP off. They could say no more. Why they would do that? Why would you give all your best IP to Veve and then end up doing that? And again, they're moving at their pace, not ours. So if they planned this out, it could have been a 10-year plan, because we do have evidence. They were talking about this as early as 2012. So it was like 8 years before they even dropped their first NFT. Think about that. So what's saying it's not going to take another 10 years? And they just slowly introduce things. But the one thing we want them to do things is right. And if that takes time, that's just the way it's going to be. But let's say Disney did take their IP off. Say, okay, we're going to, no more drops from us. We're going to open up, we're going to go with another platform, or we're going to open up our own. Okay, let's say that happens. On Record, I just removed my 2 NFTs and moved it over to my Coinbase wallet, because they went out of business, and they gave us till the 17th of November. And of course, I took the last day I tried to do it, and it worked. It cost me $17 in gas fees. Okay, that's not cheap at all. and post, and I got him over there. So you, according to Mr. Wu, David Wu, you can, every IP's got a contract that says that if something should happen to Veve, you can move the IP back to another platform, which is like, that's good news, because right now you can't take them off. And that's why you got two groups of NFTs people. You got the NFT people who can put theirs in a wallet, and those who can't. And those who can put theirs in a wallet claim that the Veve NFTs aren't real NFTs, but they are. They absolutely are. They just, you can't do everything with them that you could on another kind of NFT. I shouldn't even say that, because they're the same type of NFT. One, you just can't pull off into a wallet yet. And that's going to be up to the IP to do that. So the good news is, let's say that the worst thing happened. I would take all these, if Disney allowed it, if they said you don't have to bring it over to our new platform, I would take them off and put them probably into my Coinbase wallet. And God knows what the gas fees would cost. I'd probably use the Polygon network to do that, if you could. On the other one, I could only use Ethereum. I don't know. There's a lot of things to think about. But again, let's see if it's 8 more minutes for the reset. I did not go for this. It's going to be about 15 minutes before we see what's going on in the market. I like all the new things that Veve's doing, though. Like, they've added that nobody can sell for 10 minutes or 15, maybe it is. I don't know exactly what it is. But that's nice, because every time I went after a drop and I decided I want to flip it, I was always the last one to get onto the market, which means everybody else had a chance to sell them at a very high price too. And by the time I'd get on, it was at its lowest price. So it's fair now. It's more fair for everybody. I like the waiting room. I wish they'd go to a longer waiting room, because, or maybe not. Maybe now is not a good time. But when they get busier, they'll probably go to a 24-hour. That way, people don't have to get up at 2 in the morning to do a drop. And they probably lose business because of that, as far as the drops go. Because unless you're diehard, you're not going to get up at 3 in the morning to do a drop, especially when things aren't selling out. I'm still waiting for the Veveverse, the beta, that I can mess around in it. I haven't gotten that. Some people have. But Virtua, they just changed their name again. Let me put up that banner. But they were called Terra Virtua last year, a year ago. And because of the Terra Luna collapse, and which led to the FTX collapse, or FTX, they dropped the Terra. They didn't want to be associated with the name Terra. And so they just named themselves Virtua. And then, as you can see on the banner there, they now just changed it to Venari or Venar, which I think they got, somebody bought them, maybe. That's why they did that. But that's the third name change they've had since I've been with them. But if you go to their website, they're set up just like Veve, and they're a little bit ahead of Veve as far as the metaverse, because you can actually do things in it. You can buy land, or they call them islands, I think. And I got into that at the same time I got into Veve, but I messed up and I didn't realize it for a while. I added my Coinbase wallet to it and not my MetaMask. And you can't do anything with a Coinbase wallet on Virtua. Like, I can't sell in the auctions. And it's permanent. So I couldn't change my wallet, because your wallet becomes part of your account. And I've tried. I've called customer service. I think they're based out of UK, somewhere over there. So I have not been able to do anything, and I've got some mint number ones, like mint number one Dracula. I've got a bunch of the Vaporilla comics, all the early stuff. And then I just stopped participating because I couldn't sell anything in the market. But I got a nice collection over there, and I can see them in my Coinbase wallet, but I can't sell them on Coinbase, which I'm waiting for them to open that up. With Venar buying them or changing the name, I might be able to. Now, if you got the TVK, that's their token, like OMI is ours. You're going to have to swap that to the Veneri token. It's called Van Re, I think. And if you're on an exchange, it will happen automatically. But if you got it in a wallet, then you need to do that. You need to pay attention to that, because I don't know if they're going to do away with TVK or there's a time limit. But TVK, by the way, is 3x in the last week. It went up from 1.5 cents to 5 cents, which is pretty damn good. Anytime you 4x. Immutable X has doubled in price in the last week, and Immutable X is like Veve, like everything with Veve, Kgmjam, OMI, Veve, Immutable X. They're under the radar. They're hiding their data, so everybody mainstream who doesn't pay attention to this, when they go look at the tokenomics, when you go look at a list of top platforms, you don't see Veve anywhere. You don't see, now you do in the stores, you do in the app stores, because they are the top selling app or loading app or whatever on Android and Apple for entertainment, okay, or for collectibles, for digital collectibles. But on the general platforms list, you don't see them at all. But when you go look at their numbers, if you dig into it, they're doing better than all of those platforms, but they're not even ranked. So somebody looking up general tokenomics will be like, I'm not going to touch that with a 10,000-foot pole. So why would they be doing this? Why are they hiding the data? Well, I don't know exactly why, but there's a reason. It's probably like the reason they hide their name. Like when Disney bought all that land in Florida, they didn't walk to somebody's door, knock on the door and said, hi, I'm from Disney and I want to buy your land. They knocked on the door and said, hey, I'm Joe and I work for this unknown company and we want to buy your swampland. And we're going to give you double what it is right now. If it's 100, we'll give you 200. And they sold. And then once they found out it was Disney, you go online and read all this. It's an amazing story. Once they found out it was Disney, some reporter in Orlando figured it out. And the prices skyrocketed. Instead of, now they're paying millions of dollars instead of $100. But the point is, they hide it because it makes it easier for them to do things. So let's say Disney does own Veve, or actually they might own Kgmjam. Kgmjam could be a different name to hide the fact that Disney owns it. I have no proof of that. I'm just saying that that's something, an example of why they hide the data. It might be the same reason. Maybe it's easier, because of regulation. In the Marine Corps, you're the same, out of sight, out of mind. So the sergeant, if he saw you, he put you to work. If he didn't see you, he wouldn't put you to work, right? But if nobody sees Veve in the say the regulators, it's out of sight, out of mind. No need to mess with them. But if they're like XRP was all over the TV and they get sued by the SEC, and it turned out good eventually. But by hiding stuff, they can just get more done, work more in peace, I guess. The regulators probably aren't going to be on if they're not out and about. And I don't want to make it sound like they're doing something wrong. They're not. It's a smart strategy. It makes sense. That could be what's going on. I don't know if that is, but that's what could be going on. And I was very convinced in the beginning there that Disney owned Veve, or Kgmjam, and Kgmjam owns Veve, because they'd want to keep it separate because of the token. Could the OMI be a Disney token? Yeah, it could be one day. I don't know. Apple could own a Comey because Veve has I don't want to say a secret relationship with Apple, but they have a very busy meet every day type thing with Apple. They're going to be on their goggles that they're putting out. They might be one of those apps that are already preloaded into the actual goggles. So does Apple own Kgmjam? Who knows? But for legal reasons, it's smart to keep it separate so that if a Kgmjam and Veve made a mistake or they get attacked by the SEC or some other legal entity, they can keep it separated and they can't come after them. And I don't know how that works, but they can do it, right? If you think something different, I'd love to hear it. But okay, let's go look at the market for this drop. It is 11:16, so it should be on the market. And it's not. Okay, maybe a few more minutes. Maybe it might not have done. Maybe they're going to give it a few more minutes. And let me see if it's sold out. Okay. It's still calculating remaining additions. So yeah, they still got it shut down. Now we'll wait another 5 minutes and see what happens. So let me finish up here on my YouTube thing. And then I can publish it. Oh no, I already did that. All right, that's done. But that comic drop, I think it's tomorrow or Tuesday. They want $20 for a comic that's not a grail. 5,000 mint. It's more than the Tarzan. So I don't know. I hope this is an indication that they're upping their price to $20, or if they're experimenting, or if they're going to sell this comic and then burn the remaining editions. They can do whatever they want, but part of the fun of what I'd love to do and just talk about, if I can get somebody to listen, is trying to put myself in the room with those people and try to figure out why are they doing what they did. Like, example, this $20 comic, because it doesn't make any sense. It probably wasn't going to sell out at $6.99. So why would it sell out at $20? And these aren't dumb people. They're not just, I know you go online and they're like, oh, they're idiots. No, they're not. They know exactly what they're doing, but they're trying something. They're either upping the price of comics to $20 permanently, or Disney demanded it go up to $20, which I still don't see any logic in that. There's no need to. Or the reason they put it at 20 was hardly anybody's going to buy it. And they burn all the remaining comics maybe 24 hours later without announcing, maybe. And then you reward the people who've bought it. Now, this is just me wishful thinking, but because I'm not going to participate. I'll pick it up in the secondary market. So that's the big question mark. Why did they up that to $20 on a not very important comic? Let me see if that wasn't a misprint. Okay, it's not the one on Tuesday, because that's still $6.99. It's the Avenging Spider-Man #9. That one is at $20. There's a mint run of 5,000. It's the first appearance of Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel. That doesn't make sense. She was... Oh, I think she was Miss Marvel before that. The all-new Captain Marvel. Yeah, see, that's not even kind of true, being the first appearance of Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel. Now, it's got Veve exclusive rare and ultra rare covers, but they all do. Could it be the artist? Alex Sadik and Rochelle Rosenberg? To get a rare is a 1 in 41 chance, so the odds are you're not going to get a rare, or a secret rare. I have no idea why they got this comic for the $20. It's not. It's a newer comic. So there, I mean, there is a reason though. They just didn't, unless they on accident put it on there and forgot to change it back to $6.99. I think there's something going on with this comic. Hey, hold on. I'm looking in the blog. Let's find out. Okay. Nothing different than the other comics. The artists are different. A drop blind box. And that's it. There's no indication of oh, and then they got the Goose and the Flirtkins dropping next Saturday. Oh my God, it's going to be Saturday. It's going to be. It's already that's past Thanksgiving already. It's next week. Oh no, that's this weekend coming up. Yeah, that'd be after Thanksgiving. Holy cow! I don't know. There's no reason this should be a $20 comic. So let's go find out. I just had my first watcher. He stuck around for about 15 minutes and then he left. Whoever it was, thank you. He didn't leave a post. You're welcome to come back. Why is it $20? All right, it's in the market. Let's look at the secret rare. It's going for $75. Ultra rare. It's going for $25. See, that's already $10 less than. And that's, wow. So you can get the ultra rare and the rare for $25 or less right now. This is going to be very cheap soon. I think it's a great drop as far as the IP. Let's see how many copies are left. Okay, so they've sold about 25%. That's it. And that looks like it's all it's going to do. Okay, well, that's it for the drop. About what we expected. It's not going to be like that forever. It's going to change. All right, so let's go and I need to put, oh. Let me do this. Copy. You're right there. I can hear the music slowing down. So something's going on with the internet. Don't know what it is. What time is it? It's 11:30. All right. Oh, I got to do the whole thing. Kgmjam live. Upload a thumbnail. It won't let me choose. Show more. I've done the tags. Oh, I did all that. Okay. Save. And that's done. Okay, I'm all caught up on my YouTube. channel content. That can close, that can close, and that can close. Okay. All right. All right, I got to go do my Golem Overlord. And let me make a banner up for that. All right, I'm starting my Golem Overlord right now. But the go to my banner. Where is it? Oh, I gotta push show. How's that? It pops up now. There it is. Well, my Kgmjam disappeared. Okay. Let's create a new banner. And there we go. IMX pumping on my below 006. All right. Did I play this out? No, I didn't. I got to do my morning Splinter Forge. Splinter Forge is on the Hive engine, and it's I got introduced to it through Splinterlands. And it's a very different kind of game, very slow moving. Spend 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the evening. Right now I just added my, I gotta do my battles. Okay. But what Hive engine, what Splinterlands has done is what Veve is going to be doing. And that is, it's going to be all intertwined with other gamings and platforms, and I guess like a mall. It's hard to describe if you aren't into this, because with the Hive engine, there's 5 games that I play on it that are connected. You can use the same cards. You can swap tokens. Golem Overlord's is not set up like that, but it's on the. You can send the tokens to the Hive engine and then swap it there into the other game. It's all intertwined. It's all new IP, so they're building it from the ground up. They're not depending on another IP to get them going. And I think they're going to make it. It's just like Veve. It's got a very loyal following. It's got lots and lots of community. And the only problem with this that we're all going to run into is, are you going to have enough time to do all this shit? I mean, how long what we're doing now takes us away from Netflix. Netflix takes us away from something else. Something else takes us away from the real world where you're supposed to be working. You see what I'm saying? How much time in a day do you got to spend online in a metaverse doing whatever, unless you make your money in the metaverse? If you learn how to make your money in the metaverse, then you don't have to go to it would be considered working at home as long as you have internet. It could be anywhere. But the point is if you learn how to make money in the internet, whether it's buying and selling, teaching, then that will count towards what you would usually do going out and work at a real world job. I call it real world, even though you're just still making money, you can pay your bills. But if you learn how to make money in the metaverse, then it's just like working from home. It's the same thing. And the biggest problem is that the time. How much time do you have right now? If say you work 9 to 5, or probably working more than that because everybody's hurting right now. And then, you want to watch Netflix, and you got to eat, you got to sleep, you got to spend time with family, walk the dog. How much time can you put into these platforms? So I'm going to say this. The number one sin that a platform can commit is make it so that, not that you want to, that you have to spend a lot of time on their platform or it won't work for you. That's what Splinterlands did to me. Because you literally could show up and play for 5 minutes and get everything done once a day. But they changed it to where if you wanted to get the same success that you wanted to earlier, now you got to spend, it takes me an hour to 3 hours. And I ain't got an hour to 3 hours of playing the game. So I stopped playing it. I still participate because it's got the store side of it, the collectible side of it. I now collect nothing but alpha cards. And I rent out my collection. And with the money I make from my collection, I buy alpha cards. Alpha cards are the very first cards they came out with, and I'm collecting those. But that's all I got time to do on it. And that's why I call it a sin, is they went from having me log in and play the game to now I don't play it, because in order for me to get the same kind of result, I have to play for an hour, 2 hours. And that's an argument. People argue, but it turned me off as far as I'm not going to play it. It just turned me off of the game. Is it a good game? Yeah. Is it a good platform? Yeah. But I don't have time. If Veve designed it where I had to come in and spend more time than I wanted to, I'm all with making it available to spend as much time as you want. But if they make it where I have to in order to get anything done, then that's going to turn me off, because I don't have that much time. Even though I've been streaming for an hour. But I'm also doing other things on the computer here. And right now I'm attacking Bulkoed. I apologize, but I'm going to try to take some of your parts. And I believe now we get shards. And I beat you, and I got 12.24 of your. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. And let's see, let's find somebody else to attack. And I had 5 attacks saved up, and I'm on number 3. And let's see what this one does. And I'm attacking Shadowkind, and I lost, and you took 0.24 of mine. All right, let's go to Gorlin. I'm attacking you, buddy. Don't take it personal, but I want your parts. And I'm going to not get them. Thank you very much. Now, let me go to the next page. And we'll do this one right here, because that other one is protected. Alex Beta, you're getting attacked, buddy. There you go. And nope, there we go. It's okay. I lost my last 3 battles, but let me collect my parts. I got 190 parts, and I'm probably going to be able to update my fortification. I don't know yet. I belong to the who do I belong to? The guild. Let me go to the bunker here. Why is that taking forever? Okay, I'm a member of the Knights of the Round Templar. Okay. And there are 19 of us. There used to be 24, but 3 people quit. And I'm near the bottom. But anyway, we automatically donate 3% of everything we win to the bunker, which is nice because I ain't got to manually do it. It does it on its own. But anyway, let me go back here and do my. I'm going to bank. I always bank 5 parts, which ain't very much, but it's adding up because I do it twice a day. And then I gave. Oh wow! I donated 6 parts to the guild and half of a shard, or 0.05 of a shard. Not a big deal. But I've got 10.66 scavenger golems crumbling, which means I got to donate 107 parts to get ahead of where I was at. That's going to take up most, if not all, of my. Okay, here we go. 110. Let's do 110. Well, I'm not going to be able to upgrade my fortification. Oh well. Let me go back to the comments. So I've done that. So now let's go upgrade my fortification, which I'll put 25 of that. If you don't play Golem Overlord, then you have no idea what I'm talking about. But go to golemoverlord.com and check into it. It's on the Hive engine. And if you got a question, leave a question. I love to talk about Veve, Splinterlands, the Hive engine, DC NFC Palm, and HRO. Love to talk about HRO. Any of those you want to talk about. If you got any questions, leave a question. Now, you think I don't have any streamers right now. I've had 3 or 4 stop by. They haven't stuck around. But you look at the guys who have been doing this for years, they get less than 100 viewers live. It's hard to be live when somebody else can go live, you know? It just is. But then I put it on my YouTube channel. I'll get 10, 15, 20 views over the next week or so. And hopefully that will build. And then I'm going to eventually set up a time that, like every night at 9 o'clock, so we'll know how to meet, get together. And if you love talking about this stuff, you come to the right place. I'll talk your ears off. Doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I am done. Golem Overlord. So let's get out of there. And, oh my gosh. Let's do a post. Man, it's going slow. The longer I stream, the worse it gets. If you would like to be on, let me know and we'll set it up, and would love to hear what you. See, I'm having a hard time just typing. Think of Veve. Let me put that up there. Okay, so if the next person pops in, now with StreamYard, I got the first pay level, and you can stream unlimited. The other one you can only do, I don't know, 20 hours, which, hell, I'll go through that this week probably alone. Especially once I get going, because I'll talk all day about this stuff. But hey, if you know something, if you think you've got something you want to spread, love to hear it. Really would. Okay, let's go to, now I'm going to Splinter Forge. In Splinter Forge, I'm in and out again, just like Golem Overlord. Now, Splinterlands, I'm in and out in 5 minutes, but all I'm doing is seeing how much rent I accrued. Now, see, that's an online business. I am renting out my cards on Splinterlands, and I get DEC. It's called Dark Energy Crystals. And with that, I can cash out, or I can buy more stuff. And what I'm using it to do is buy alpha cards. I think they're going to be highly collectible and valuable someday, maybe my grandkids. So, but I'm in Splinter Forge right now. I got to do I've got 807 points to use up, and I just fly through it. But Splinter Forge, you can stake right now. So I'm getting this free crypto from playing the game, because every battle I win some. And then I stake it, which gives me even more. And it ain't worth shit right now, but someday it might be. That's the whole goal. At the very least, I can take it, unstake it, and spend it in the game. Because even though the crypto is real cheap, so are the items. You can get a crate for like $3 right now. And welcome to the channel. If you got a question, leave it. I'm just starting out. I'm going to try to build it up, but pretty much just talk about anything that has to do with Veve or HRO or NFT Palm. I'll eventually set up a date where you can, and he's gone. He chased him off. I'm lucky I'm used to rejection. I got a long life of that. Let me change the banner. Okay, this one's now playing. Boy, it slows down. Just add banner. Show. The people popping in and out, I'd love to know where they're coming from. They might just, I don't know if it's random or they're a subscriber or they just don't have the time or it's not what they thought it was. But that should be. Oh no, I didn't want that on the, okay, I got to change that. All right, let me go back and change it. I don't want to scroll. Save. Show. And now let's go to the ticker. IMX is pumping. OMI below 006. There we go. All right, I'll stick at that for a little while. But on Splinter Forge, you can take your Splinterland cards and use them in the Splinter Forge game. And the name of their token is Forge. So you get to, depending, the better card you got, of course, on Splinterlands, the better card you got on Splinter Forge. And then you use them in battles, and when you win Forge. But it limits how much you can play by giving you minutes, I guess they call them, or stamina. Staminas, that's what they call them. And you get 1 per minute. So and it maxes out at 1,000 stamina. So I show up twice a day. It never maxes out. I get to use them all up. And you can use 60 stamina points a battle, either 30 or you can double battle. And I double battle, get my forge, and then I stake it. Now, the minimum to stake is 100 forge. That's it. I'm going to have to stop and go play with the dog. Or actually, no. I'm going to do something that is going to leave it open. I'm going to marathon it today. See if I can get one person to say hi to me. That's not a relative. But see, you hear the music slowing down like that? There's something going on with the streaming. And it doesn't do that on my other platform that I use. So it might be StreamYard. I did contact them, and I'll find out. Maybe they can run diagnostics and tell me what's going on. I do get a message when I check it out that it's a warning message. It says something about a Android app that, but I'm not using an app. I'm using the website. So I don't know if that's StreamYard it's indicating, but something is slowing down. I can't even open up a tab. Pretty much, this is just going to be a Q&A. And I guess I should put that in my title. But let me finish here. I've got to have upbeat music playing because that's slower. Like when I watch Veve Vibes, it's very relaxing. And when I'm on the opposite end, I can listen to it no problem. But when I'm talking and it's real, it will kind of, you know, I've been sleepy. When I was driving a truck, that's what I used to listen. I couldn't listen to slow music. I listen to, caffeine-like music that would get you going, especially if you got 8 hours to drive. I might call somebody and get them on the stream here that has nothing to do with any of this, but I'll get let's get his input on what his view is, somebody who's on the outside. All right, now my Splinter Forge is freezing up, and I'm on another computer. The reason I put now playing Splinter Forge is if you pop in and you play Splinter Forge, we can talk about it, or if you're curious. Oh, boss is dead. I've never been playing when the boss died. It was always dead when I got here, or alive. So I wonder, did I win anything? Because sometimes if you're in the top, well, let me go to my shop. Let me see if I run a crate. Yeah, a crate's going for 3,000 forge right now. And I can make 3,000 forge in about a week. It's like $1, I think. And they're not selling a whole lot of forge. Not a whole lot of people playing it right now. But all right, let me go and put this. Let me go back to comments. See if that guy left a comment. No, I left a comment. Okay. Staking LLPs. Backspace. Eligible stake. 97. Why is it showing? Oh, I might have won. Okay. Well, that's what I'm getting. So I'll have to wait. All right, so that's done. Now I'm playing Splinterlands. Now playing Splinterlands. Come on. Then I get the P. Add banner. I'm going to put that music down just a little bit. And let me make another banner. All right, I'm going to go play with the dog, guys. I'll be right back. hot out there, honey. Oh yeah. Okay. All right, I'm back. Of course, you're out running to a neighbor. It takes a little longer. And she got her bacon treat, so now she's happy. You're going to leave me alone for a while now, right? You're going to go lay down? Go chase squirrels in the backyard? All right. You know I love you too. Okay. Nope, I'm all out of bacon. Wait it all. You got the last of it. All right, let's check on prices on the Veve for this latest drop, the Avatar. Okay, yeah, they haven't sold anything for the next drop. So they've sold about 25% of the total take. Let's look at the prices. The rare is going for $19. I've got the wrong glasses on. There we go. Wow, down to 19. That's a 50% savings right there. I'm glad you did it. The secret rare might. Oh, 58. It's coming down. And then the ultra rare is $24.99. So, yeah, it is what it is. Let me turn this music down. It doesn't bother me at all, though. I mean, I understand why it is that way, but it's not going to be that way forever. So, but I do think a good strategy, like anything, is hold on, this music should go down. See, this is the problem we're having with StreamYard. All I'm streaming right now is music and a blank screen. There, see, that's how slow it is. Now they're probably blaming it on my internet, but my other streaming service works just fine. So I don't know what's going on. But anyway, what were we talking about? You want to buy it as cheap as possible anyway. If you're a collector, as cheap as you can. If you want to stack it to resell it. But I'm telling you, right now, everybody would say, oh, see, that's proof. No, it's not. The proof is that The only thing you can say is we just don't have enough people on the app yet. But as far as they go in the entertainment digital collectible thing, they're one of the number one sites. I challenge you to name one better. There might be some that are a little bit busier, a little bit ahead of Veve as far as metaverse and land, but what Veve has done is solid, and I believe what they got going forward is going to be solid. So it's just a matter of time. And they're just hiding a lot of data right now, so nobody really picks up on the data, on the whatever that is. But anyway, I got to get over to my Splinterlands and do my collection of my rentals. But here, what I'm doing on Splinterlands, I can't show it to you because it freezes up the thing. But I rent my cards out because I don't play the game anymore because they changed the format to where it just took up too much of my time. So my strategy changed because you can make crypto from playing the game and you get cards and whatever. But I said, well, why don't I just take all my cards and rent them out and then take the proceeds. I can either cash out in Hive Engine or I can reinvest. And that's what I've been doing is reinvesting. But what I'm doing here on Splinterlands, excuse me, you're eventually going to be able to do on Veve. And that is you're going to be able to rent out your cards. That's what they claim. What for? I don't know. They haven't made that clear yet. But you can use an example of any of the collectibles or comics. Maybe you rent out your Veve logo because you can't make the live event in New York. And what the price would be for rental, I don't know what the market will define itself. But that's an example of renting out. You don't sell it to the person. You maybe it's $100 a day, or maybe you put it on an auction. The highest bidder can rent my Veve logo because I don't need it. So say it auctions for $500 for the weekend. So you get $500 at the end of the 3 days. The logo comes back to you, plus you got the 500 gems. And you can either cash that out. You can either cash that out or reinvest it. Now imagine you're doing this across multiple platforms. Imagine things are really kicking that people want to rent these. A lot of ifs there, but what I'm saying is, if that's what I think it's going to do, that's what a lot of people think it's going to do. It could not. This isn't financial advice, but I'm saying, say it does, and you have multiple stores and you're renting NFTs. That's an income. That's a job. You are renting properties because an NFT is property. Period. It's an NFT. Just because you can't put it in a wallet does not make it an NFT. Now, does that separate it from other NFTs that you can take it off into a wallet? Sure. Is it always going to be that way? I don't know. It depends on the IP and what these guys work out. But imagine that's all you do. There's 20 different ways to make income in the metaverse right now. Renting, buying, selling, playing games, promoting products. Right now, we're in the metaverse. It might not be into what the metaverse is envisioned to be, but we're using it. We're utilizing the metaverse right now. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're streaming with me, if you're doing banking, you're dealing in contracts that you don't even know about. And let me tell you something. Everything's going on the blockchain right now. Eventually, everything your car does, everything your phone is doing right now is going on the blockchain. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Who you talk to, where you walk. How do you get somebody to take a tracking system and put it and not let go? You make it so they don't want to let it go. You make it addictive. You make it fun. you make it part of their lives. It can get scary talking about it, but that's the truth of it right now. How many people panic when you can't find your cell phone? I'm one of them, because I do everything on my cell phone. So my advice is to learn. You don't go out and quit your day job, but learn how to make money in the metaverse. Some way, somehow. Because that's passive income. You could be making it while you're sleeping. And, I know these ads are like, yeah, get your own business online. You're going to be at the swimming pool in Acapulco. Well, nobody's in Acapulco right now. It doesn't exist anymore. But if you're somewhere exotic and no, you're working. You'll probably work 10 times harder than you are working, because it's very addictive working for some of us anyway. Anybody who does this stuff, it's very, whether you're successful at it or not. And I would not label myself as successful. I've been doing this for 3 years now, and I'm making money. It's not enough to live off of, but it gets better and better. I learn more every day. I still I still go out and DoorDash and mess around. But I guess here's an example. My daughter got a job with a bank, and she's now making a living from working on that bank from home, addressing accounts that have been fraudulent accounts, working with people who call in because something happened with their account. They get to the bottom of it. So her first try at learning how to make money online was a success, and now she's making a living on it. I don't do that. I don't know. I'm trying to stay out of anything where I have to report to duty. I want to make money when I want to make money, and I'm paying for it because I'm not making as much money, and I work a lot harder, than I would if I was. But the point is she did it on her first try. Very proud of her. She's making good money, surviving. And in 3 years, I'm not there yet. She did it in her first time. But the point is, what she's doing is metaverse. The using a computer, using the metaverse. Everybody thinks games. Games is $1 trillion market or $1 billion market. So it's going to be that in the metaverse. It already is. But the thing is, whether you like it or not, you're going to be in the metaverse. You already are. I guess that's the whole point of this rambling I was trying to make. And the faster you realize that, and the faster you learn it, is, and no, it's not the mark of the beast. It's just like the US dollar, just like gold coins. Does anything financial lay the foundation for the mark of the beast? Sure, it will be corrupted and used just like everything else in life. But right now, you got to use it. Okay? If you don't have to use it, you're in a minority, and you'll be very lucky if you lose internet. Very lucky. So that is kind of a strategy I got. I do both worlds. I'm going to do physical and metaverse. So I got something to fall back on when if whether they shut it down or but let's face it, if it gets so bad where there's no internet and you're just trying to survive, you're not worried about stuff anyway. It's like if you ever saw that movie, the Jacob the Liar with Robin Williams. These were people who were living very nicely in a very nice city, and the Germans attacked. And World War II happens. The Russians, the Germans, whatever. And so they go from living in a nice universe where they know their neighbors and the houses are nice, to they live in ruins because the Germans put them all in a section of town and make it a prison. And you know what becomes valuable then? Pots and pans. So I want to, don't worry about what you're going to do if you lose the internet. You'll survive because you'll have to. Should you learn how to survive without it? Sure. That's in the Marine Corps. We always multi-train. We always, the officers, it always goes, what happens if this happens? and then we train like it happened, so that if it happened, you weren't caught off guard. And you can't do everything, but you try. You try. It's called cross training. And the more you know, the better off you are. That's a common fact. So at the same people who all they do is physical, I'm like, you should learn internet. You should, because you need to know both. And the more you know, the better off you are. But anyway, that's enough for conspiracy theories and stuff today. So I'm on Splinterlands. I made 520 DEC yesterday, which is about 50 cents. Is that 50 cents? But again, that's I keep my cards, and the prices are down right now. When the prices go up, I'll make more. At one point, I was making $10 a day off rentals, but I'm making 50 cents a day because it's down 90%. But when people really need these cards and they put more pressure on why you need them and they want to rent, they can't. Pretty soon they won't be able to afford to buy them, so they have to rent them. And some people, the entire strategy they got is, I don't buy anything, I rent it. That way, if the market changes on me, I dump it and get the hot thing, which is pretty brilliant. And that to me is a lot of work, because you got to be able to process a lot of data 24/7. But there's people who can do it, and they do very well at it. So anyway, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take this DEC. I'm not going to cash it out. I'm going to reinvest it. Okay. And this is a long-term play. So I go to the market. I can't show it to you, it will freeze it up, but you have to take my word on it. And I go into alpha, because I like it. I like buying the alpha cards. And I can't buy anything gold. So I go to the regular. And I go to price. And then I go to alpha. I did that. Okay. So the cheapest cents right now is the giant rock or the spineback turtle card. They're 50 cents a piece. That's the cheapest alpha card you can buy. Alpha cards are the first cards they put out 3-4 years ago when they started this. Packs are like $75 a piece now. So I've got a lot of the giant rock. So I'm going to buy me a spineback turtle if I can. It's going to convert it for me. And let's see if I do. Okay, I need 530. Well, hold on. I have okay, I need 10 more. I'm short by 10 DEC, so I'll have to wait till tomorrow. So that's just the way it is. So I didn't get to buy nothing today. And then I go check on the prices, because if something jumps up, I might want to sell it. But that's pretty much all I'm doing on Splinterlands. But you can do a lot more. You can play the game till you're blue in the face. And the game's fun, and you earn rewards for playing. But I just don't have the time for it. It got to the point where I couldn't do it in 5 minutes like the other games and get the same return. And I just, you know what, I'm just going to do this. I changed my strategy a little bit. Okay, so let's go to items. And let's go to gold. And let's go to owned. Sometimes if you have it unplayable. So, somebody. Oh no, that's a box 3. Okay. Anyway, on Splinterlands, you can take the cards and burn them to make more powerful cards. And when you burn them, it makes the supply less. So even if you only have one card, they become more valuable over time. And and when you can max them out eventually, but it might take 400 cards to max it out. So think about that. You got to burn 400 cards. You take that out of the supply. Now they start off with thousands and thousands, but everybody's constantly burning them, so they whittles down. So like this one that I'm looking at right now, not the gold, because they're the same thing. The giant rock. Out of a supply of like a million, there's only 3,868 left. All the other ones have been destroyed. Now, what's left are the multi-cards, the more powerful level cards. So there's those left. Those don't count towards the total, but they're more expensive. And then it'll show you how many of those are left. So there can only be a max of what. But Veve's going to be doing this. They got crafting. Every time they do a different craft, they're showing you all the different things they're going to do. And we'll get there someday. Where there'll be a card game on Veve one day, I believe so. I have no proof. Will it be a card game that you can burn and get better cards? I believe so. One day, it's coming. But that's the beauty of having the platform they got. They can just maintain it while thousands of third parties, so that whatever you call them, other companies make stuff to put on their platform. And then everything's combined by the tokens. Okay? So they could each have their own token, and then when you want to swap it out take it to a game, you go into the engine, like Hive Engine would, and say I want to change my SPS, which is on Splinterlands, to Forge, which is on Splinter Forge. I go on Hive Engine and I swap it out. And there's a small fee involved, but they take it, swap it out for me, which turns it into Forge, and then I can take the Forge on the Splinter Forge and use it on whatever I want. For game players, this is a very exciting time. Because imagine you're playing a version of Skyrim. And when you find a chest, instead of playing in-game coins that you can use only in the game, you find some kind of a crypto. Maybe it's a thousandth of a penny, but it is what it is. It's a Skyrim coin. And you can save it and use it in the game, or you can stake it and get interest like a savings account, or you can pull it out. So you're basically getting paid to play the game. And you're like, well, how are they making money doing that? Because of fees. Everything you do will be a fee. And the more transactions that happen, the more fees, the more money. And if they balance it right, they get very rich. Because if you do a good game and there's 1 million players every day playing your game, doing fees every day, you got steady income coming in. And companies that don't realize this yet, I don't know if there are any, but I'm sure there is. It's going to be like Sears. Sears didn't even know what they had back in the day. They were the first ones to get on the internet, but they didn't know how to capitalize on that. Amazon did. Sears had what Amazon eventually got to already. They just didn't know it. They didn't know how to implement it. I remember I had a lawn business and a weed whacker. I needed a new part. I could go on the internet, and Sears is incredible about this. You could order the exact part if you knew what it was. It could be something as simple as a screw, and you could order it, and they'd mail it to your house. But they go out of business because they didn't understand how to take it to the next level. Walmart finally woke up and started an online business, but it took them forever to finally realize that they got to do both. And now that kind of puts them ahead of Amazon, because Amazon doesn't have Walmart can use their stores as storage, as part of the distribution chain. Amazon has to build all that up. And it'll be okay. I'm just saying. So Walmart was ahead of Amazon, and they didn't even know it. They just had to wake up. And the old fogies, new technology, especially, I call them old fogies, but they just been there forever. They're going to resist that stuff. They're not going to see the vision, and it can destroy a company. It really can. It doesn't mean you get rid of them and get young people, because guess what? Young people can destroy a company too. If they don't have the wisdom of an older person, they can destroy a company faster than that older person can. But the point is, you got to get them to see it. They got to be able to understand what's happening so they can adapt. In World War II, in the battle for Guadalcanal, they introduced some new, it was top secret technology for our battleships, where we could, it used to be before then they had to fight where they could see each other. So the ships would get close and they broadside just pound each other, and whoever could hit the most fastest won, or got the luckiest hit. This new technology they got would allow us to shoot at the Japanese 20, 30 miles away before they could see us. It was some kind of a new radar battle system. I don't remember, but I remember reading about it. But guess what happened? The captains who've been there since World War I didn't want to use it. They didn't trust it. It took a presidential order and the highest ranking officer in the Navy to order their captains to use it. And lo and behold, when they did, they found out they liked it, because you're shooting at an enemy that can't shoot back at you. Not until they don't know where you're at. You see them. It's like you can see them, but can't see you. And those guns had 20-mile ranges on them. Now, once they started getting hit, they could shoot in a direction where they guessed it was at, and maybe they get lucky. But your shot with that radar was pretty much hitting all the time and getting, it really changed the war at that point. And I think the Japanese eventually got it in a year or two later. But the point is, there's going to be resistance to new technology, and that's what you're seeing right now in the Veve, in the NFTs, the crypto. It's new. People don't like it. As soon as they use it, they love it. Okay. My grandfather was a World War II vet, Pearl Harbor survivor, and he got into computers when he was in his late 80s, early 80s maybe, and found out he loved it. You couldn't get him off the darn thing. He loved to chat. When it first started, if you're one of those people who've been around, that when the internet first started, the funnest thing to do was to get on and chat with people. And they called them chat rooms. And, you still got them. But I'm just saying that was like the only thing to do. And then you could buy stuff eventually. But he would spend hours. That was his thing. And he had all his friends, But at first, resistance. They didn't want to do it. And then they found out. Now, the biggest thing on all of us is we don't know the time frame. You could have invested back in Amazon when they first opened up and got it at a really good price. But say you saw the vision and you're like, I'm going to sell my house and buy Amazon and live in my car because it's going to go up. Well, he's right. It is. Everything he said was right, except selling his house and living in his car. Because what he didn't realize and couldn't realize is that it's going to take 20 years for that stock to go up. So are you going to live in your car for 20 years? I hope not. Especially if you mortgaged your house or did whatever, took the loan out against your house, because the time frame is not what we want it to be. It's what it dictates, because even the people making it they can control the time frame as far as releases, but they might be being held back because they're waiting for the technology to catch up, or they're waiting for the regulation to catch up. Maybe because they can't do it, they got to figure it out. Maybe strategically it's smarter if they wait 5 years to do it. Who knows? There's thousands of reasons. Only they know. We don't. So, and that's what happened to a lot of us, because 2 years ago, you thought Veve was going to the moon, and it did. It absolutely did go to the moon for about 3 months. And then it did a slow piss off all the way down 90%. And every day you're waking up and you're going, oh, okay, well, it's not going to go down any further. I'll buy another one. Big mistake, because guess what? It drops another 10%. But it was a slow piss off. And it kept people from reselling because you'd be selling at a loss unless you sold it immediately because you realized it wasn't going to go up in price. Now, there's some individual cases where things skyrocketed, but I'm talking over a whole on the market. And so eventually we're at now. And we're hoping that this is the bottom. And if it is, then things should start to go back up. How far? Who knows? We could miss this bull run because there's nothing that makes people want to buy it at this point. You know what I'm saying? Just like on the drop. The drop's not selling out because people who are doing it don't see a need to buy it because they can get it cheaper later, and they don't perceive the short-term investment. If it's going to be a long-term investment, you don't go for the drop and you buy it half price in the market, right? That's the strategy. But you might hang on to that for 10 years before you resell it, if at all. So that's just part of the game. But anyway, so let me get out of Splinterlands because it's all like, oh no, hold on. I didn't collect my SPS. If I can. They give out Splinterlands on an airdrop every day for if you own certain things, and I can't claim it, but I got eight of them, 8.211. But what you can do is you can stake it, and right now it's going for about 2 cents for a SPS token. When it first came out, it was like $1. So people are down 98% on SPS. But if it goes back up to $1 and you've been buying it at 2 cents a pop, you're going to make out like a bandit. That's what everybody's hoping. So we'll see. And I can't claim it yet. I'll have to do that tonight. So let me go to the banners and get out of Splinterlands. But hey, you want to know how to get money for, say your book's solid, you don't have time to go do a second job, but you want to invest or buy collectibles. Misplay. Again, you're not going to make a whole lot of money, but you just go in, you sign up through either the Android or Apple app, and while you're playing a game that you would normally be playing anyway, if it's in their system, you have to watch some commercials every now and then. You get credits that you can put towards PayPal or Apple Pay or Walmart or whatever. But you also get Google. You can turn them into Google points, and with the Google points, you can buy Veve gems. And so when you go to buy gems and you have any Google points, it will show it there at the bottom. You can only do that through the phone app, the mobile app, and it will say, "Would you like to use Google points?" And the minimum is 100 points, which is $1. It's a point a penny. So if I like to do it at $5. When I get 500 points. Now, every time you purchase something through the Google or the mobile app, you get points, and it adds up. And then once a week, they send you an email that you get free points. It could be anywhere from $1 to $20. It could be so that means 1 point to 20,000. And it usually takes me, I'll play about an hour a day. So in 3 days, I can get a $10 coupon from PayPal. And that's not, 3 hours. That's 3 hours for $10. That's $3 an hour. You can actually make more money if you just go to work. Okay? But if you don't have time and you don't want to do it, and it's something passive, you go play these games and you get $10. So that's 10 times 3. That's $30 to $40 a month that you're buying and stockpiling collectibles and comics. See how that works? That's one way. If you got plenty of money, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Another way is on like the Forge I just won. I can turn that into cash and then go buy Veve stuff, or vice versa. I can sell Veve stuff and go buy Forge. That's the beauty of the metaverse. Everything that's in it. Okay. What do I got to do next? I've got to do. Oh, if you get a chance, go to proadvertisersclub.com. join for free, advertise for free. I own the platform. It's just an advertising site where you sign up on a mailing list that other people have signed up on. You both agree to receive your emails. Okay, so there's no spamming, and so you send your email out for free. You can do it once a day. I do it actually. You can do it up to 5 times a day. You check it out. You never have to sink any money into this platform, but you can advertise your YouTube channel. You could advertise Veve. You could advertise one of your collectibles on Veve. You could advertise your YouTube channel. I think I've already said that. You could advertise a program that you get paid if somebody buys it. You can't do things like Amazon. They won't let you. If they find out you're doing that, they'll close your account. But it's free advertising, no porno. But pretty much anything else, you want to your eBay site. Maybe you're selling something on eBay. Maybe you wrote a book and you want to advertise your book. Now, I got 760 members, so that means it gets emailed to 760 people every time. And that's growing every day. And the bigger it gets, the more people see it. You also can promote my site and get, if they pay for the package, like the gold package, then you get a cut. I get a percent. I forget what it is. It's like 80%. If you sell a $70 package, I give you 80% of it. Pretty good, huh? And but anyway, go check it out. It doesn't cost you nothing, and it might find it useful. And it's kind of new, so well, it's a couple years old, but it's growing every day. All right, let's go to Pro Advertisers Club. I got to check in because people have to get approved for some of the things that we're trying to mail. Pro Advertisers. I cleared my thing yesterday trying to make this computer go faster. And now I got to retype everything in. I got to go to admin / admin. I think that's right. See if that shows up. No, it didn't. Uh-oh, you can't get in. All right, I'll have to figure that out. Let me take that off. And let me update the ticker. Yeah, this guy, Corey Hunter. Or hold on, who is that? Yeah, Corey Hunter. He landed. He's in Epcot in the DVC lounge, and he posted a picture of the drop today, the Avatar guy, the Avatar dragon, and in AR. So that's a pretty cool picture. He went for the drop while he was in there. That would have been real cool if he was in line in Animal Planet. Doing the Avatar ride. That would have been really cool. Okay. I gotta figure this out. Otherwise. Oh, that's member login. I need to go to the other one. Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out, guys. Go advertisers. /.com. You mean it can't be reached? Oh, I got to put login. Oh boy. Not popping up. No, that's not what I want. Huh. I don't know how I'm going to get in. All right, there, I'm in there. I don't know. Oh, I know. There it is. Got it. And I just got to remember the password. Oh, I hate when this happens. Okay, let's go to Google. Password manager. gosh, look at all these. All right, there we go. Let's see. No, it's not that. There it is. Okay. Son of a bitch. J.I. I don't know. That should. I can't figure it out. Oh. Hmm. Let me try one more thing. Nope, I'm in trouble. I can't imagine that I. All right, pro advertisers. I have no idea how I'm going to get in. Oh my gosh. New ship site hosting. I guess that's where I got to go. Let's see if that's it. No, that's not it either. Okay. It might. Might have to go to the server. Let's see. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay, this might be it. Everything's active, so that's good. I don't know. I don't see it in here either, guys. Looks like I'm in trouble. My details. I don't see it at all. This is insane. Why would it be in my password manager? Dash direct, PC, and eBay. Nope, it is not in there. So let me go back to there. There's absolutely nothing. Froggy, Fruitcourse, Genesis, Gene Miller. Unbelievable. I don't know how you would even find out what it is. This is crazy. Okay, I'm not going to be able to figure it out, so just member login. I'll do that. It's not there, so I don't know. All right, let's go look at eBay, see what's going on with the digital, whatever you want to call it. All right, let's go to my watch, and that will pull up the latest. As of right now, there's only 2 secret rares that I can see for sale. Actually, there's only 1. Oh, I wonder if they sold the other one. Oh, let's go look. I can't find the listing for that. By George, I think they sold it. Or they delisted it. I don't know. There was 2 of them for sale yesterday. Now there's only 1. I'm talking about the secret rare Funko Iron Man. Because I got a feeling when that dries up, I mean, they're all selling. The rare, the regular, all of them. So let's go to watch. Oh, that ended. He did not sell it, though. Taco. Okay, I just sent Taco Breaks a message because either he sold his NFT Secret Rare Iron Man or he delisted it. And because there's no data in, even if they sell in the Immutable X or the VV feed, which is weird. It's like it's disconnected for some reason. I don't know why, but there's no data of any sales of the Iron Mans. Again, hidden data. Why? Who does that benefit and why? Good or bad, right? I'd love to know. Okay, let's look at let's sign in and see what the hell's going on in the crypto world. Authenticator. Oh, wow. Things are pumping, guys. The Mutables up to $1.33. It is really pumping. And Virtue is up 11 cents. Both the, I just happen to be talking about both tokens that are pumping today, but it's not because anybody listened. That's for sure. Up, up, up. Let's go. Keep it going. Looking pretty good. Okay, so what was it earlier? I don't know. It was pumping. It was like 120. It's up to 133. When I started streaming a few days ago, it was at 60 cents. Now it's at $1.33. IMX. So that's doing pretty good. But everything's in the green right now. So a little bit of shaking going on. Dogecoin is down. But looking good. Let me go back to the banners and update that. Find it. Yeah, at 8:30 this morning, it was $1.28. Now it's at $1.33. And it is 13:30. Okay. Where's my remote? Oh. All right. All right. Oh, I've got about a 5-minute delay. All right. I've got about a 5-minute delay. All right. I've got about a 5-minute delay. Here, I'll turn it down. At least I can see what's going on now. Okay. Hello. Hello. There he goes. It's working. Oh, somebody's here. Hey, what's going on? We're just talking about Veve. You go to the comments if you want to leave a comment. I can't see who you are, though. I haven't got that set up yet. I just got this StreamYard. I'm trying to work on it and get things to work. I'm having a hard time with pulling up tabs. And I'm thinking it, at first I thought it was my computer, but I'm more and more thinking it's the my internet service. But I'm working on that now. But I just was talking about the drop. No surprises. Pretty much, unless you're going after the secret rare or low mint numbers, kind of better to get it in the secondary market. I'm going to probably get all three in the next couple of weeks. I find if I wait a couple of weeks now that can change. I don't know if you've been looking, but IMX is pumping, which is a good sign. It's up to $1.33 now. And there's a whole lot of data on IMX that people just can't see because they got it. I don't know how they're doing it, but it's when you look up normal tokenomics, they don't show up on any of the ratings or the rankings at all. So I think Veve's the reason they're pumping. That's my guess, because everything else that's on there's been on there for months. So have we, but for since the beginning. And I'm thinking that if IMX get noticed and they start digging into this, they're going to see what's really driving IMX, and that's, to me, it's Veve. The other games are doing pretty good, but I don't know. It's whatever your take is on it too. But to see anything that is attached to Veve pumping is a good news to me. It's the first good news we've had in a very long time as far as seeing anything that's positive. The low prices don't bother me because all the data I see tells me that this is a very strong platform. I just transferred my 2 Record NFTs because they went out of business. And I knew that site was dead a year ago because after I got the Star Trek NFT, I was going to start getting more because they were talking all this stuff they were going to do. And they never did anything. I mean, it was like month after month. And I said, they're going to rug pull. And they kind of did, and they kind of didn't. They allowed us to take off the NFTs, which was nice. I guess legally they had to. And it cost, I had the what do you call it, the pass and the one Star Trek. So I spent about $300 on it. I was big into Veve at the time though, so that kept me from going more on before. But just the transform was $17 a piece. But the good news is that proves if a platform goes out of business, we can move them. Because one of the biggest things I hear people say is, "Oh, Veve is going to go out of business." I don't see that at all. But if they did, what would happen? Well, David Roos said that all the IPs have something in their contracts where they will either provide another platform for you to withdraw them to, or you can take them and put them in your wallet. But I don't think that's happened. The only thing that could happen is Disney decide they don't want to be on Veve anymore. Other than that, I see this going strong. Absolutely. When you go to Veve feed and look at the Veve stats, they are showing, compared to everything else in this market area, they're blown away. They're busy. They're selling out every now and then. But the key is the secondary market is busy. That means people are investing money and they're buying big. They're buying, like, somebody came in and bought up to 4 Coca-Cola snow globes for $300 a pop. They're not doing that unless they believe in, like what we're talking right now, that it is what it is. And that's what I see when I look at these stats. And I'm just a guy, retired truck driver. I'm not no computer whiz or anything, but it doesn't take a whole lot of common sense to realize that probably the only thing we got to worry about is the time frame. Is it tomorrow, next month, next year, 5 years, 10 years, whatever? That's the only unknown that gives me hesitation as far as, going in more than what I already am. But it doesn't seem to be bothering other people because every day they're sweeping up the floors, especially on the comics. They're coming in buying 10 at a time at $2 a pop, and that it's only getting busier from what I see on the stats. The drops are getting worse just because, I mean, what was the reason you'd want to buy it on the drop? Unless you want to try to get a low one. The secret rare looks like it's going to come down to retail. And then you got the ultra rare, which is already half price of retail or 30% off. And then I can see the rare going down to $10. And that's when you buy. So that's why I think the drops are doing on the collectible side. The comics, they're still doing pretty good if it's a decent comic. But this next drop coming on, we got two, okay? The first one's a regular $6.99, but the one after that, they're wanting $20 for a 5,000 mint new first appearance of Harold Danvers as Captain Marvel. I don't understand that. I don't know if Disney told them, "Hey, we want to double, we want to triple our money, so you're going to charge $20 a comic now." But I mean, he did it for a reason. They didn't just, it's not an accident. But why? Why are you going to put a $20 price tag on a comic that wouldn't sell out probably? Might sell out at $6.99. I don't know. I have no clue. The only thing I can think of is if they went on sale, and I checked the blog already, it doesn't say this, but what if they said, okay, 15 minutes or an hour after the drop, we took a picture, all the other comics are getting burned. I don't know if they could even legally do that, or they want to, but that to me, why would you put a $20 price? What if they're just seeing if people will spend $20 on a comic book that isn't that valuable? I don't know. But I hope they're not going up to $20 a pop, because I would definitely hold out on the but does that coincide with IMX pumping? Is this the first signs that we're close for the turnaround in Veve? Might be. It might be. And this could all just go back down again. It could have just been a temporary pump. But the crypto market's been pumping up and down, going crazy now for 2 weeks. That's a sign that the bull run's coming. Because when nothing's coming, it's just boring, flat. Nothing really goes up, nothing really goes down. There's a pop here and there. But the whole market now is getting crazy, where it's 40% up, 30% down. Up and down, up and down. It's doing like that. That's the sign that the bull run's coming. I've been through 2 bull runs already. Or not, 2. This would be my 3rd one. I missed the first 1 or 2 with Bitcoin. But the first one in Bitcoin, it was at like $800 and it jumped up to $20,000. And that's when you couldn't get your money out with Coinbase and all the, you couldn't buy it because they closed everything down. The next time it was at 3,000, it jumped to 60,000. So this time around, but this is how it always started, is it'd be boring. You've been looking at it for months, and all of a sudden, all the market starts just jumping up and down. There's some kind of a stimulation, some kind of, now of course, the halving's coming next April or May. And I've been saying that maybe to kind of trick everybody out, the pump comes before the halving, so that after the halving, it readjusts to its real value. So we could see, if that's true, if that's what's going to happen, then you'll see all your highs before the halving and not after. You'll actually see the lows again. And it won't be as low as what it will never come back to what it is now. Once the halving happens, it's going to jump maybe to 250. And it'll come back down to probably around, I say a new low of 50 at the most, at the lowest. Not financial advice, is just what I've learned through the years watching this stuff. I love talking about it. I don't know. And I talk to other people, and it's pretty much the same. But I'm thinking they're going to do the jump early this time, because that will get a lot of people probably holding on too long. Because just like Veve 2 years ago, when things pumped and we were up 90%, you know, at that point you're like, well, this is going to keep going. It just started pissing off slowly, going down. And by then you're like, well, I can't sell it now because I'm going to. In fact, you were buying more because you thought it was cheaper than, and it's just been dropping ever since to this day. It still drops. We're still going down a little bit every day, a dollar here, a dollar there. But I don't know. I'm seeing signs. It's getting exciting. It's a good time to be in Veve. But I'm starting as soon as I can work out all the things. I'll be able to do tabs and show stats and do stuff like that. I have a YouTube channel. I talked a lot about it in the last bull run, and then when things got bad, I just stopped doing YouTube videos because I didn't have a big following anyway. But I didn't really understand what was going on. So what was I going to talk about, you know? And I had to reevaluate, go back to work like everybody else. But I'm going to get back into it and getting prepped up for this next bull run. The StreamYard, I got it a couple of days ago. I got it Friday night, and it works fine, except I can't get it to open tabs without freezing up. And they're saying maybe it's my computer, but I can stream on my other platform just fine with tabs open. So I sent them back and I said, hey, I think this is you guys. And then they said, no, it's probably your internet. Your internet is too slow. Nope, got top of the line internet and everything works fine. It only does it when I'm streaming on StreamYard. So, and I've only got a $75 Chromebook. So right away you'd think, well, that's a problem. But I've checked out everything. I did diagnostics on it. It streams great. It handles, it's got plenty of memory. Everything's working on it. But every now and then, if you can hear the song in the background, it will slow down like a record player. It's weird, but it does it. And so that tells me it's them. I mean, it could be the internet, but I don't know. Hopefully I'll straighten it out. But right now it's just a Q&A. And but I'm shocked about DC NFT Palm, that they could not sell out that grail, and it was only 3,500 mints. Now there's a lot less people in DC than there is Veve, and DC's NFT Palm's kind of scary because I don't know. I don't know what their plans are. They haven't been too vocal about it. And when a company stops improvising and introducing new stuff, pretty much when they're just dropping, they're just taking in money. And that's pretty much what DC has done lately. And so I started to wonder, and it's just me speculating. I have no information to prove it, but it's a sign that maybe things aren't as good over there as they need to be. I don't know. I don't even know who backs. I don't know if it's DC who owns them or it's their own company and whatever. But so maybe now you can only buy 2 copies. So that would only be 1,700 people. Because I know if you're going to buy one, you're going to buy 2, right? They are $20 a pop, but it is a grail. But that means there's less than 1,700 people on the platform. Well, we got about 20,000. So I don't know. When the last time I checked, I'll go check again. The DC NFT marketplace. Let's go check. I'm on another computer doing my tabs because that way at least I can look up information. And let's go look and see. They might open it up where you can buy more than 2 eventually, because the last time I checked this morning, they had 760 left. Okay. Buy comic. Let's see what happens. Nope, you have reached your purchase limit for this NFT collection. So let's go look at the market and see what's going on. Because I know the common's under retail. and maybe the uncommon. Okay, the common's going for $8, so that's probably the reason. But for $20, you could get a legendary. The uncommon's only 10. The rare 17. So 3 of the 5 are under retail. Then the epic's $33, and you got the legendary stuck at $174. And let's go. Here we go. 20. Okay, so they've sold 2. They had 22 on there for the secret rare, or the legendary. And yeah, that's it. Let's go look at DC3. DC3. That's going to tell us exactly what's sold in the last. If you want to look this up yourself, go to dc3.wiki, WIKI, and then go to marketplace data or recent sales, and then there'll be a box. And like right now, it says Back Cow Collection. But you open up that box and you just go to the top, and it has All-Star Comics #3. Get the latest sales. Okay, this is as of 11 o'clock this morning. They sold 3 uncommons. They're selling, well, they only sold 1 today. That was an uncommon. And that was mint number 432. Let's go to the live drop. See how many they got left. 758 left to mint. That blows my mind. I felt for sure this was going to sell out immediately. So what does that mean? They got 159 legendaries out of 175 that have been found. So if you haven't bought 2 yet and you go buy one, there's only 16 left of the legendaries, 65 of the epics, 124 of the rare, 216 of the uncommon, 337 of the common. So they've been distributing them pretty evenly. So only 2 comics are you going to come out on top on right now. But I'm telling you, when things kick in, that legendary is going to be 1,000 or more comic. Easy. Easy. And then they got the next drop's going to be a relative, or not a relic, but a grail. So I don't know. It's just what to make of it, right? Okay, let's go to the DC3 and let's do a summary and see what data I can get from that. This is all on the DC3 wiki. All right, here we go. Rarity. They don't even have a legendary on here. Oh, because I didn't pay for it, so I can't see that far back. This is only in the last 48 hours. It's selling. They've had a total of 3, 6, 11. I think it's only 1 day back. They had 12 sales in the last 24 hours. That's all I can see. Let's go look at let's go see what another one is doing. This one jumped up the other day, and it's the Bald and the Brave. And it was at 400 and jumped up to 900 on the legendary. And so I'm not sure if that's because somebody unlisted it. Brave and the Bald number 28. There it is. They get latest sales. Okay. They haven't sold any today. They sold 1 yesterday, but they did sell 2 legendaries, one on the 9th, one on the 13th, for 700 and 1,000. And it's the first time the Justice League of America was introduced. And this, the one that's now, it's only going for 100, 150. It's the same League of Comic, the same level. So I think that's an incredible opportunity. If so, decline. Let's go to Veve. If you go to Veve feeds, and then go to Veve statistics. You can get live update on what's going on in the market. Let's go to live. And they're doing pretty good today. They've got $50,000 already in sales since 8 o'clock. Every night at 8 o'clock it resets. But they've got roughly 50,000, 1,100, 1,200 mints, 1,200 active wallets. That's a healthy, for this bear market, those are healthy numbers. Very good looking numbers. Find one that's doing better and let me know, because I don't know of any that's doing as good as Veve is on the, as bad as things are. Okay, so let's go to live and view all. And let's see what's sold here. Let's do the secret rares on the collectibles. Wow. Well, they've sold 259 secret rares of the Avatar Advanced series. It was only a total of 660. So that's about half almost that have been minted. And then the pencils are selling, of course. Blue Panther. No surprises here, nothing. Howard the Duck sold. That's secret rare. There's like less than 300 of that one because they burnt them. People weren't paying attention to that one. Okay, then you got the Scar. I contacted Taco Breaks, if you're familiar with him. He was selling his secret rare Iron Man for $1,600, the physical, on eBay, and it disappeared. Or no, he was also selling the NFT for $4,000, and it disappeared on the Veve platform. For some reason, you can't find any data on the Iron Man Funko NFTs at all. I don't know why. I don't know if it's still too early. But so I sent him a letter on eBay. I want to find out if he actually sold it or delisted it. Because I know they're selling the commons, because I see people talking about buying the NFTs. Now, if he delisted his eBay selling, there's only one secret rare left on all of eBay. There's only 50, so and a lot of them might be holders, so who knows how many we're going to sell. But even the commons, there's not that many of them. There's only 1,500. And there's not that many of them showing up on eBay. So let's go to the comics secret rare on live, and let's see any shockers. They're all pretty much cheap secret rares right now. The most expensive one was Through the Metaverse, #1 for $199. But no grails are sold. Not today yet anyway. That's pretty much that. And then, let's see. Today's the 19th, it's Sunday. So yeah, we got 2 drops coming up, comic books. That one is, now I'm looking on my phone. But also, I'm streaming long right now because I found that the longer I stream, the worse it would get. But this time around, it doesn't seem to be doing that. So something's changed. So I don't know if they went in and changed something. I haven't checked my emails. They might have contacted me. But let's go. Yeah, so the next drop is Tuesday, the 20th. Or no, that's tomorrow. Today's the 19th. So the next drop is tomorrow, Avenger Unplugged. What the hell is that? Big deal about that one. First appearance of Monica Rambeau as Photon. Okay. All right, that's fine. $6.99. And it's going to have 6,000 editions, which I like. I like the low mint number. Okay, so let's go back to the next one, which drops 2 days later. Yeah, Wednesday actually. That's kind of weird. Okay, and that's for $20, and that's only got 5,000 hits. And this one's the first appearance of Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel. I don't know if they worded that right. The all-new Captain Marvel. It's an all-new, so I guess it's the first appearance of an all-new Captain Marvel. But there is a first appearance of Captain Marvel earlier, an older comic. So I don't know, $20. Why? I'm definitely not going to go for it. Now, the secret rare, there will only be 83 of them available. So maybe that's why. Maybe they're trying to get the people who will chase it to spend the $20 and sell out that way. But the average Joe ain't going to spend $20 on this. Unless there's something on this. And there's nothing on the blog. We're not doing anything special. I just don't know. If you got any clues, let me know. And then we got the Big Bird on Saturday, the 26th, I believe. That one will probably sell out. It's $40. And let's see how many of them there are. Well, there's 3,000, so I don't know. Maybe not. Whoa, there's only 432 of the secret rare. Yeah, people are going to go for this. Yeah, this will probably sell out. Now, the secret rare this time's the golden one instead of last time you had a craft. And Big Bird is a pretty popular Sesame Street character, so. And then that's all that's on the lineup for right now. So we got 3 drops next week. And the guy was on Facebook. He had gone for the drop while at Epcot. And he's in the building that has, in Epcot, that has the Avatar, like a museum type stuff in it. So he posted on AR what he got. And it looks pretty cool. But what would have been really cool is if he's on the ride at Planet Kingdom or Animal Kingdom and went for it there. When they dropped the Walt, I went to Disney World and stood in front of the Walt in Orlando. And they were having a picture day, I think, because it was near Christmas. It was in December. And so I had a hard time getting to, hold on. Hello. Hey, what's up? You need a tax ID. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I got to go find something. Oh, that's nice. All right. You have to show me how to do it. So you are talking like that person. Okay, I'm back. Somebody's coming by to pick this up, so we'll get interrupted again. But hey, what's your thoughts on Veve? Again, this is just my thoughts. I'm not an insider or anything like that. Everything you've been hearing me saying, you agree with it? You think it's going to, I've got a very positive outlook on it. It's just like everything, it's not moving as fast along as I would like it to. But, that's true about everything. They're going to move along as fast as they want to, not how fast I want to, and I just got to deal with that. But I think it's going in the right direction. I really do. And let me see. There was something else I was going to look up. The Splinterlands, the Hive engine, they've already got going. Now, they don't use a lot of pre-IP, I guess you call it. They're making up a lot of their own IP, but why I compare that to Veve is they're doing what Veve's eventually going to get done. And that is, they've made a platform where all these, I guess you call them third party, second party, whatever, but other parties make up stuff to put on that platform. What they do is they just manage the platform, if that makes any sense. So that's why if you go to the Hive engine and you look at it, they've got 1,014 different tokens on it. And now 3 or 4 might belong to one game or one platform, you don't know. But the point is there's a hell of a lot of platforms on there that are using the Hive engine. And the Hive engine is, they just maintenance it. They get paid through fees, everything, every time you transaction, stuff like that. So every single one can have their own token. And then you go to Hive engine and you swap it to get whatever token it is you need, or you can cash out. Probably have to go to the Hive engine first. But anyway, the point is, that's what Veve, when you listen to them, is saying they want to do. The first people building on the platform will actually be us in the metaverse with our showrooms. They said this is exactly what they said. They're just providing the tools. And so you're going to have, how do I put this? If they get permission, they can make a game that utilizes the mighty marbles. And then they put it on that platform. And they either do more drops or they use the existing ones. I don't know. Again, this is all speculation. But that's an example that it's unlimited how many different groups will come on. It will just grow. It will just get bigger and bigger and bigger. So could Veve be like Amazon? Yeah, it absolutely could. Now, Amazon's opening up their own NFT store. So is eBay. They've come out and said it. That's probably going to put OpenSea out of business. OpenSea was the first NFT exchange, if that's what you want to call it. They're not doing so hot because, one, they get hacked a lot, but they're kind of difficult to use. It's a very cheap, ugly site as far as I'm concerned. I don't like to use it. But if you need to make a sale, now the Recore, when I brought those NFTs over from Recore and I put them in my Coinbase wallet, what's cool is, and they do this on DraftKings, people, you can have a public wallet, okay? In other words, they can see what you own. They're not getting access to your wallet, but they can see what you own. That way they can make offers. So you don't have to list it. I don't even have them listed. I'm getting offers for those Recore Pass and Recore Star Trek. Now, it's not, they're trying to lowball me. They're trying to give me 10, 20 bucks for it. But it makes it nice because DraftKings was the same way. When they opened up their offer section, I started getting all these emails all of a sudden. People want to buy the stuff that I got. I wasn't even selling them. And there was some stuff, though, that I just did not want anymore. And they were paying top dollar at that point because they just wanted it. They just couldn't get it anymore. So they were offering me double probably what I paid for it. And if I didn't want it, I'd let them have it. And Veve will eventually have that. They'll have offers. They'll have every day when I log into DraftKings, I've got over 100 offers. And pretty much by now, they're all lowballing. But it's nice to have because every now and then, you might get somebody who really needs something, especially in the football games that are going on, and they're going to pay 10x. It's only worth $1. Somebody wants to pay you 50 cents for it, but then an offer comes in, and they're like, hey, I need that, I'll give you 10 bucks for it. And that's been nice. And then, of course, I take it and spend it right away on something else. So as far as the expansion goes, go look at Terra Virtua. I'm sorry, Virtua. Oh no, I'm sorry, Veneri. They changed their name again for the third time. Let me go to the banners and put that on there. If you own TDK, which is their token, you got to get it switched over to Veneri token. This is the third time they changed. The first time they changed from Terra Virtua to Virtua because of Terra Luna. When Terra Luna ended up being the scam it was, they didn't want to be associated with name. They had the same name pretty much. Theirs was Terra Virtua, that was Terra Luna. So they dropped the Terra and just kept the Virtua. Then 2 days ago, all of a sudden they switched over to Veneri. Or Vanry. Whatever it is. I don't know why. I don't know if they got bought out. I haven't had time to research it. I don't know why the name change benefits them. I thought Virtua was a nice, cool name. But anyway, if you go to their website, they do the same thing Veve does. They sell comics, collectibles, books, and they got a metaverse, and they're selling. It's called Islands. It's not land. They call them Islands. So they're ahead of Veve as far as getting it out. Are they doing as good as Veve? No. Sells. It's almost. I would compare them to DC NFT, except they're improvised. They're actually building stuff. So it's a good, strong. I don't even know who owns them. I haven't dug real deep, but they evidently got deep pockets because they're constantly building on that platform, doing new stuff, making new connections, new IP. But they got a beautiful showroom. They got beautiful metaverse going on. And some pretty good IPs. They got Godzilla. They've got the Dynamite comics. They've got a lot of the independent comics. Okay, so right now, Veve and DC, and Virtua, those are the three places that get comics. So I don't think there are any other ones right now that I know of. And so if you look at what they're doing, and you see how cool it is, and how people are enjoying being in it, you can see what's coming on Veve. If that makes any sense. Let me see. Where's the other thing? One thing that the revenue for NFTs are supposed to go over $1 billion this year. You hear all this FUD, and it's deserving, but if you're not up in the community, if you aren't aware of what's going on, that's why we're not getting any new people. It's just all bad news. But then you go look at the data, and it's supposed to reach $1 billion this year. That's what it's on, it's on track to get. That's an annual growth rate of 20% from year over year. So you're hearing one thing, but something else is happening. So the real question is, do you have the right NFTs? You might not. That's the question. But I don't think the Bored Ape Yacht Club, them guys are down from 2 million a piece to 50,000, and I don't know. Maybe they're all celebrities and they got money, so it's not a big deal. But it does have utility. They get together and have parties. But how do they reignite that market? What's going to make somebody pay that much again? I don't now. Maybe I can see it with all the different changes they got going. But what's going to make somebody now go, oh, I just get a party. Why am I going to spend $2 million? But if you're rubbing elbows with the right kind of people, and the right kind of people own it, I could see why a company might buy it, not a person. A company might buy the Bored Ape Yacht Club so that they can get their salespeople into that party. See what I'm saying? That's where it would be worth buying a Bored Ape Yacht Club at a couple $1 million if it ever goes back up there, if they can get that kind of group together. Now, and this is just speculation, but imagine the Walt Disney golden moment. Imagine it's a reputable IP, so the kind of people that they'll have at their parties, maybe it's all movie stars, maybe it's all directors, and you're a company that wants to get your movie screen scene, your what do they call it, when you write the story, whatever it's called. So you go rent. You don't have to buy it. Now you do, but if this is the case, you would go rent it so you can get into the party. And it could be a party not the way you think of it, where they're all, jumping off the tables naked. It's more of a formal get together, because they're all, whatever. They're not party animals. And they get in there and they can rub shoulders with these directors. And the only way you'll be there is by having access to that NFT, the Walt. And you get your movie made that way. And you didn't have to spend whatever the Walt's worth at that time. Maybe it's worth $1,000 at that time. Who knows? 2,000 now? But that's the kind of things that would make something valuable to somebody. Now, the renting, what would you pay for renting? If I'm the guy renting it out and I get to keep it, so the guy contacts me and he goes, hey, I need to rent it for New York Comic Con for 3 days. Okay. It's now I'm going to have competition because other people might have this NFT, and it doesn't have to be the Walt. It could be anything. I'm just saying. But let's say all of them are rented out. So I said, okay, it'd be $500 for the weekend. So the guy, and maybe they pay in gems, whatever, pay in Bitcoin. I don't know how that will work, the payment system, but they pay it, and in 3 days, I get that NFT back. I never really lost it. I just loaned it out to him. I got the money and the NFT, and I rent it on to the next person. Okay. There's been big speculation since it dropped, and that was the golden moment Aladdin lamp. It's the only golden moment with any kind of animation. So that makes it kind of unique. But it also happens to be exact replica of what they have in their new cruise liner. I forget the name of it, but it's the brand new one. It might be the Aladdin, something like that. That's the theme of the cruise ship. And again, I have no evidence. These could never be more than nothing but a golden moment. But we do know for a fact that there's data showing that these NFTs were designed to have things added to them. You'd have to go read the article, and I can't show it to you because I can't. It will freeze up the thing. But if you look for it, you'll find it. Type in golden moment data edition, something like that. Anyway, but to make so anyway, speculation started. Here's what it is. So what if they're going to take the reason they dropped it was to match it to the cruise line, and there's like, I don't know, 5,000 of them, and that if you have one of these, you're allowed onto a certain part of the ship. Everybody likes to go all out and say, oh, they're going to give you a free cruise. I don't know if they'll ever do that, but maybe they would. But the point is, by holding it, you get to do things that other people on that boat won't be able to do. It might be a room. It might be a special dinner. Maybe it's a special cabin you can get. And of course, in the best case scenario, maybe it's like a timeshare where if you own it, you get one cruise a year. I don't know. It could be whatever they want it to be. But if that happens, that will drive the price up because it's limited. But you don't have to use it. You can rent it out. So now you got people contacting you. Hey, I want to rent that for the, me and my family are going on it and we want to get in. Boom. So that's that's called utility. That's what we're hoping is going to happen. Okay, let me go to back to the comments. And there we go. What else is there we can talk about here? I'll talk about this stuff all day long, if you're willing to stick around. Now, when I get done streaming, it goes on my YouTube channel, and I am getting views on that. But I'll tell you, even the people who've been streaming for years, sometimes their view counts as low as 10 people. Maybe it's usually less than 100. It's hard to stream when people can come, because people at work, they're at church, not that that's the reason I only have one person watching. But I'm just saying, it's even if nobody's watching, I'm making them because then people can watch them on YouTube later on, and that's a way to get a following. Well, I eventually want to set it up where it's a Q&A, and then I'll set it up maybe like every night at 9 o'clock. I don't want to do it when other people are streaming because then I won't get anybody. But it will give some people a place to go to talk to somebody, ask questions. Maybe you got some new information you can put out there. Maybe you want to promote something, whatever, share the knowledge type thing. But as of right now, this is all I can do is StreamYard. I can't do anything else but Q&A. Let's see, what was the other thing that I always bring up? I bring up a lot about who owns a Kgmjam. Because when it first started, I was convinced Disney, in some way, shape, or form, owned a Kgmjam. Now, it also could be Apple. Because Veve and Apple have a very close relationship. They've told us that. They have a guy who regularly meets with Apple once a week. And the speculation is their new goggles that they're coming out with the metaverse goggles, that they might be one of the apps that are already embedded, just like when you buy a phone or an Apple. So there's something going on between Apple and Veve. But as far as a Kgmjam goes, which owns Veve, why would you not just say Disney? And the common sense is like when they bought the land in Florida. If you go watch that story about it, they were knocking on people's door and it's like, hey, I'm Joe and I want to buy your land, and it's swampland, and I'll give you a double. What do you want for it? And the guy who's it's been in the family and it's useless land, they're like, oh, I'll take $50 an acre. Well, a couple years later, it's like $1 million an acre, because once they found out it was Disney, everybody upped the prices. So that's the reason you don't want to know that you're doing something. Plus regulators, it helps you stay under the radar If you're not making a lot of noise, the regulators are going to go pick on other people till, because the regulators have been very fair right now with NFTs and crypto, especially the SEC. They're kind of letting everybody do what they want, and then they're going to hang them after the fact, and that's a tough way to do a business. So by not, and it also cuts down on your exposure. If Veve gets in trouble for anything, it's not dragging Disney name through the mud, or vice versa, Apple's. And plus, you can get away with a lot more shit, and you probably get it done a lot cheaper. Maybe you're hiring somebody. If they know it's Disney, they're going to want top dollar. But if it's not, they go, okay, well, all we can afford to pay you is $20,000 a year. Now, I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but that's an example of how they can get things cheaper. But you'd think, because 98% of everything that drops on Veve is Disney, that Disney owns it. If anything, they got their claws into it. But I mean, that's, I don't know. And what if Disney decides to take their IP off? Because like Veve dropping their own comic, which by the way was the very first digital comic, or it was the very first physical comic that also had an NFT drop to coincide with it. Now this is my prediction, okay? And Marvel comic sales right now in the physical world are the shit. They're awful. But what they found out with the Funko drop was that if you attach an NFT to it, they'll sell out. And it wasn't because of the Funko people. The Funko people hate the gold editions. They can't give them away, pretty much, from what I understand. But you attach an NFT to it, that still is not going to make a Funko people buy it. It's going to make a Veve person go buy the Funko, because they know, they understand and perceive what the true value of that NFT, could or could not be. So if you do that to the comic books, but you'd have to sell them in a sealed package, which I don't know how that would work, how they sell comics now at the bookstore. But I guess they could go just through the comic stores, which would help them out because they're hurting, because they're paying rent and not selling. They're selling probably a lot more older comics than they are newer comics. But in that package, they've got the code for the NFT. So you buy the comic, which probably wouldn't normally have sold without this, and you pick it up, and maybe they do a limited run, 10,000, whatever the market is at the time. So you go into your comic book store and you order the comic, you get it, you open up the package, or do you open it? Because it's probably more valuable unopened, but you can't get the NFT code unless you open it. So then you open the package, there's the NFT code, you go on the platform, you put it in, and now you've got the comic book and the NFT. The NFT will give you a mint number. So there's 3 things of value already. There's the physical comic, the NFT, and then the mint number. Because if you got a low mint number, especially if it's like number 1, the first 100, anything below 100, it's going to skyrocket the value. If it's a $10 comic, it's now probably $1,000 comic. If it's number 1, it could be $5,000, depending on just what it is, all the factors involved. But the point is, it's a lot more value. So now you got 3 values on that one purchase you made, and that first purchase might have been $10. Okay, so then you're also going to have, and I know this sounds awful, but somebody will open it who wants to read the comic and doesn't like NFTs, and they're going to throw the code out, or they won't, or if it's embedded in the comic, they won't cash it in until it expires. So now, all of a sudden, that 10,000 mint run is no longer a 10,000 mint run. It's 10,000 minus the number of codes turned in. So now, what you thought was 10,000 could literally, that's what happened on the Howard the Duck collectible. They ended up burning. There was only like 600 to start with, but they didn't sell out, and Disney told them to burn the rest. And they put out a message the night before, and they said, as of noon tomorrow, we're going to burn all the remaining Howard the Duck collectibles on the platform. And you might have seen that and might not. Guess what? Most people didn't see it because they didn't get a lot of sales after that. So now the people who had bought it, the secret rare, there was only 600. And after the burning, there's only 350. So you just made it twice as rare without you doing anything. And that's going to happen a lot until people realize that it was like in the old days when they had Superman #1, or they had a Babe Ruth baseball card. They put it in the wheel spokes and they drove it around to disintegrate it. If they knew what that card was going to be worth at any time, they would have saved it, but they don't. And that's the way it's going to be at first with these collectibles. There's definitely two camps. And the Veve world or the NFT world will buy physicals, but it doesn't seem to be translating the other way around. Because for whatever reason, just all the bad news, people don't trust it, they don't like it, they don't want to do it. But I guarantee you, once they get into it, and they don't get in trouble doing it, doing stupid shit like spending money they don't have, they're going to love it. It's absolutely incredible. Here's the other thing. Let's talk about this. I was truck driving for the last 10 years. So I'm putting everything I own in wherever I could, but pretty much storage units. And before I went into trucking, we got hit by a hurricane and all my stuff got wet, all my collectibles. I lost comics, baseball cards, all sorts of stuff that I saved, plus, pictures, sentimental stuff. And so I'm trucking and I put it in a storage unit in Jackson. And we get hit by a hurricane up there. I wasn't there, but I was 10 miles from the ocean. But I forgot that right next to the storage unit was a ditch that emptied out into a stream, that emptied out into a canal, that emptied out into the ocean. So you know where I'm going with this. So it was only a 1-floor storage unit, but it was underwater halfway. And when I loaded it up, it wasn't that much stuff, but when I loaded it up, I put all my electronics and collectibles on the ground. And I had shelves. I put the dumb stuff up on the top, the stuff that could get wet and dry. I just wasn't thinking. I just didn't think about it. But anyway, to make a long story short, I lost everything, pretty much. All my comic books that was left were gone. Baseball cards, I got very little left of that. I did save about 5,000 of them. But the NFTs, you don't have that. You got different problems. You don't have that problem. It's on the blockchain. So I don't have to worry about them like I have to worry about my physicals. Can they get stolen? Sure, it can get hacked, but it's harder on the blockchain because in order to steal it, you have to mark it on the blockchain that you're stealing it. And they can see that. It's transparent. It's you can if you're just a number and you get in there and hack it and you take it, and they get them back about a month or two later because you got to move it along the blockchain just to get it out. Now you could stick it in a wallet and never use it, but then why'd you steal it? It's not going to do you any good. But in the physical world, stuff gets stolen, it's gone. There's no, who knows who's got your, Winnie the Pooh stuffed animal. I don't know. That's an example. I never owned one. I'm just saying. But once the physical people come over to the other side, all these early day mints, there's not enough mints to go around. I mean, they start out with the comments at 78,000 mints. The very first MCU, that's how I got into this. Is I'm on my computer messing around. I get an email, and I belong to, and that's something else I'm going to talk about here in a second. Is the Disney Marvel Unlimited? Okay, it's owned by Disney. It's Marvel comic books. But anyway, I get an email from them, and it says, go to Veve and sign up, open up an account, and participate in the very first NFT comic book drop. And they were dropping an super grail on that first drop. And it was Marvel Comics #1, back from 1939. And it was $6.99. And I was able to get 5 of them before they ran out. They sold out 78,000 mints in the space of less than a minute. So all the ones I got were common. I think I got one uncommon maybe. And they dropped down to $2 a piece at one point. And the secret rare was going for as low as $50. People were grabbing them. Not very many, but within 5 to 10 minutes, it was in the hundreds. In 2 days, it jumped all the way to $70,000. The secret rare. Now, was that a legit market value? No, that was all FOMO and hype, and everybody's thinking they know what they're doing. But and I sold mine, okay. But the common ended up jumping to $300, and now it's down to about $30. So this bull run, this should all come back, right? But that was 78,000 mints. Tomorrow's mint number is 5,000, and they still won't sell out. So when the mainstream gets involved, you're going to have collectibles and comic NFTs that are so rare, so limited, that they're not going to be able to get them, not the average Joe. And we've already talked about why. But why is a company going to come in and buy an NFT? Because of the utility. It could be just a place to park money. Who knows? That's why people buy artwork. Anybody who knows anything about rich people is they stock up on artwork. Always have. Because it's a place to store their money, and they always know when it's the lowest. When things are clicking, they sell, because that's what they learned. They learned to buy low, sell high. So when it gets real high, they dump it on. Of course, it'll start getting promoted through various channels, and people who really don't know what they're doing will start buying them, but they'll sell the pictures off, except the real rare ones that you just can't replace. And then they'll buy it back in when it's at bottom point. When the person who bought it can't afford to hang it on them, they'll go buy it. But it's because they perceive a place to put their money. That's what could bring companies into NFTs. Okay? But I think the biggest one that will do it would be where a company will buy an NFT would be for utility. Like I said, to get into talk, so they can go rub shoulders. If you own that utility that can get your salesperson into a meeting that has nothing but say 20 of the most wealthiest people in the world, then you're going to rent that or buy it to get those guys in there. And then probably buy it, because you'll be able to send people all the time then on all these different get-togethers and stuff. Just speculation. And then, of course, again, we got the time frame. What is that going to be? Is that going to be, who knows? Could be a very long time. It could be, you might be giving this stuff to your grandkids. All right, let's see. IMX was pumping the last time I checked, so let's go check it out real quick. If you're here, leave a comment, ask a question. Let me know who you are if you want. GSX Gaming. Hey, how you doing? Thoughts on the future landscape of Veve regarding comics? The future landscape. Okay, like I was just talking about. If you're the one that just checked in, I was pointing out about the drop on the Iron Man Funko drop, how it was Veve people that bought that drop. It wasn't the Funko people. And Marvel has the comic sales aren't doing good at all and have not been for quite a while in the physical world. So one way that they could add to that is, and they might do it a better way, but my way would be they put out a print number, maybe 10,000 of a comic that's sealed, that has a promo code in it, just like they did the Funko Pop. So what's going to happen? You now got 20,000 Veve people run out and buy the 10,000 comics to get that promo code. And plus they get a comic. So, on our side, we think it's a bargain because we got the physical, the NFT, and then don't forget the mint number on the NFT can be valuable. So there's 3 different ways right there. The physical world will buy it probably just for the comic. You do that with a Spider-Man, one of the top comics. The proof that will work to sell a comic is just look at Comic-Con that just happened. Addiction is an unknown comic, and it sold, I don't know, 10,000. I don't know the exact amount of physical comics that they made, but it sold 10,000 out. So that kind of a system would help sell physical comics and bring more people into Veve. As far as the utility on comic books, other than hanging it up and showing it in a showroom, what could they do that would make somebody want to rent your comic? Because you can go read it on Marvel Unlimited, you can go facsimile, you can read it, whatever. But so the reading it wouldn't do that. But what kind of utility would you give a comic? I don't know. Maybe to get into a show just like you would a collectible. But let's not forget about the burning. Okay, you got burning that could literally take $1 comic that you bought today on Veve. Say you went and bought 10 of them, because there are some at $1 now, $1.10, and let's say there's the total mint run was 35,000 back in the day. And all of a sudden they implement a burning system, which they've talked about doing, even for the comics. All of a sudden that $1 comic that was 35,000 of them, all of a sudden it's 5,000. So that's something else that people who are stockpiling these comics could end up waking up one day with a very valuable comic just because of that. I've already went over that. There aren't enough mints on these new mints. Even the old one, even the 78,000 ones, the first ones they dropped. There's not going to be enough mints to go around when it goes mainstream, which could be years. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to get more people in other than prices going up. Prices always drives more people into it. And my way, and I've been telling people this, if each one of us can bring in one person, you just double. Because I imagine there's about 20,000 of us now. You just double the platform. And that means there's twice as many people buying things, twice as many people getting other people in. And how can you do that? Well, I've already talked everybody I know their ears off. They don't want to talk to me no more about it unless something good happens and all of a sudden they want to talk about it. And hold on, I got some more questions here. Okay, Veve should, hold on, let me pull this up for you. Okay, GX Gaming. Veve should have gave comics the built-in feature where it deteriorates after a certain amount of reads, burn feature out of existence. I know what you're talking about, and that scares the hell out of me. You're right, because it would destroy a lot of comics over time. And it might be, I don't know, how would they do that though? Because would it be a timer? Would the fact that you owned it for a year make it a year older? Or, if you read it, so nobody reads it, but you really don't need to read them. You can go on Marvel Unlimited and read any comic that they got. So, yeah, you're right though, but it would help make comics more valuable and more rare over time. But me personally, I'm glad they don't. I'm glad they don't. I hope they find other ways to do it. The burning is, I feel like I got more control over the burning, where if they just told me my comic was worth less, that would probably get me kind of upset, because I'm kind of I don't read them. Ever since that came out, if you're GSX, if you've been around long enough, they came out at one point, said that it was going around that that's exactly what was happening. And from that point on, I have never opened up another comic on the app for that exact reason. And it takes away from being able to use them in AR, So I don't know. If it happened, it happened, and I have to deal with it. But as far as that goes, that is one ideal. That is one ideal to make it more valuable. But the burning is probably, and okay, hold on, you got another one here. Yeah, that's the one you just did. Yeah. So I think the burn feature is the way to go as far as that. But what else could they do? What else other than, because they just started clothes. You got the Louis Vuitton, or I can't pronounce it, but whatever it is. You're starting to people will be buying clothes now. It'll be a Veve code. Okay? And they're going after the money people, because the two clotheslines that they went after are high-end people. So that's a good way to bring this kind of people. But imagine Walmart. You go into Walmart, you buy a T-shirt, and I don't know how they do the code where you couldn't use it till after you bought it. I don't know how that would work. Maybe you'd have to send them a receipt. But however that worked, or no, maybe it'd be maybe the same way. The shirt or the pair of shoes would be in a box, and you got to buy the box, and you open it up, and then inside is the piece of shirt or the shoes. And I got a nephew that's in tennis shoes, big time. But he's not into NFTs, and it blows my mind, because he works for Nike and Adidas and all of them, and they're dropping NFTs now. So he does know what they are, but he likes crypto, but for some reason he just hasn't bought into the NFT thing yet. And then I tried to tell him, I said, you can make your own NFTs on OpenSea and give them to your customers. And I kind of explained it to him. I don't know if he ever went and did it, because he has a shoe business. He has a shoe store. But again, that brings up the point of, even somebody who's knowledgeable doesn't seem to see what's coming and the potential. But once they do, it's like snap, boom. But if you can't see that the companies that they're bringing in, the U.S. Postal Service. I was in government. I was in the Marine Corps. And let me tell you something. To get anything out of that government, unless you're really connected, is like pulling teeth. It's for them to give them the IP of their stamp. Tells you a lot right there. Okay? They just don't hand that out like candy. And that's what made me go in with Veve to begin with, was the IP. And when you see them signing on these clotheslines that I know nothing about, and then they got Coca-Cola, They've got Lamborghini. This is a connected platform, big time connected platform. And it isn't like they woke up and said, "Oh, I'm going to do." This is years in the making. They've got a plan. I found evidence that they were working on this. Disney started looking into this back in 2012. 2014 was that first meeting in San Francisco. And that's where they just started to talk about it. They didn't really know what they were going to do. And I'm not really clear on how they hooked up. Disney always wanted to do this, but I'm not sure how they hooked up with Veve. I missed that part of the story, but they did. And so, and that was evidently back in 2016. Might have been when they started having talks. And so you're talking a decade now. Disney's been working on this, which tells me that they have another decade planned out. And if it takes another decade, they're not like me and you. They don't even bat an eye at losing $1 billion. You think they would, but they don't. So if they lose $1 billion over the next 10 years, because they know what that $1 billion is going to turn into $100 billion. It's actually going to turn into $1 trillion. The NFT market will one day be $1 trillion market. Guarantee it. And that's just me using logic. Other than some unforeseen thing better coming along. People don't realize that even if you hate NFTs, you're already using them. Probably every credit card purchase, there's some form of a blockchain, some form of a smart contract involved. And it's not an NFT as far as like a collectible NFT, but it's on the blockchain. Okay. And so you're dealing with it whether you want to or not. And it's only going to get, I don't want to use the word worse because it's good, but to some people that's worse. They don't want nothing to do with the blockchain. But you actually, everything you do is on the blockchain now. It's all recorded. Because all the blockchain is a ledger. That's all the blockchain is. That's what it's for. And everything going into those blocks is data. Chain to chain to chain. And then they store it, and it keeps going. It goes on. All they need is enough room on the servers to store it, which, being a truck driver, I used to pick up for Google in Atlanta, Georgia. It'd be a big semi-truck load of I don't know if they called them servers, what they were called, but then I would drive them out to Oregon. And when I got there would be 8 other trucks waiting to unload. This is back 4 years ago, maybe. And as fast as they were unloading, the trucks were showing up, and all of them were carrying the same stuff. And what they were doing was they take these, what we're delivering, they're like little computers, and they were attaching them into an increasing. I talked to one of the Google guys, and he said, "Yeah, it adds the storage. We're adding storage every day. We have to, because of stuff like the blockchain and the clouds and all that stuff." So imagine every day you're unloading 10 trucks or more, adding storage to these. And that's one facility. They have it out there near the dams here in Oregon, I guess because they need the power. That's a beautiful location. But I was like, this is also earthquake territory. What if an earthquake happens? And I didn't ask him this because I hadn't thought of it, but you could lose that whole facility. Well, they got other facilities to transfer to. If you've seen the movie, what's that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Terminator. Part of the reason the AI is able to survive is it's not that it's in one computer, it's in every computer. So no matter how many computers you destroy, it's alive somewhere. And that's the way Google's setting up, because I knew there was more locations around the country and around the world where they're doing this, so that they can transfer when things go down or maintenance, etc. But think about that, how much data that takes, that you're getting 10 truckloads of extra storage a day. and maybe they've maxed out, so maybe that's not happening anymore at that location. I don't know, but that blew my mind when I saw that. And let me pull this up. I gotta remember to keep this posted. Now, see, I just clicked on your comment, GSX Gaming, and see how slow it came up. I don't even have any open tabs, so I don't know if that's my Chromebook or the internet, but I'm going to find out. But anyway, the NFT market is untapped, $1 trillion market. Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe that 100%. And just like I've been talking to you for the past 20, 30 minutes, I've been talking to anybody who would listen to me. And it's, they don't want to hear it no more. They're like tired of hearing it. So I guess the smart strategy is to try to be in the right place at the right time. I guess that's the best thing we can do. And as far as I know right now, here's my top platforms that I like. The reason I chose these platforms was, one, the ease of use. I don't like to use wallets. I just learned how to use one when I got my recurrent stuff. That was the first time I ever used a wallet in transferring something. But it had to have fiat. If I showed up and they wanted me to put crypto in, I'd go away. So that's a big factor for making things mainstream. But anyway, Veve, the Hive engine, which is on that I do Splinterlands, Golem Overlord, and Splinter Forge, and Genesis Sports, which I really have. I'm just collecting the free crypto they're giving out right now if you're staking, but I haven't gotten into that yet. Then DraftKings, HRO, Virtua, Veneri, they changed their name again, and NFT Pump, which I'm blown away they didn't sell out that new grail they dropped. And they're still not letting people buy more than 2, which is kind of odd. Let's look at let's go look at the market right now, see what's going on. Yeah, IMX, that's what Veve's on. It's on the Ethereum blockchain, right? But Immutable X is up to $1.33. A few days ago it was $1.60. So something is triggering, because when you go look at the tokenomics of IMX, there's nothing to look at. It's like under the radar, right? And so something is shooting it up for some reason. But everything is pretty much shooting up right now. Not tremendously, but it's the first signs of life we've had in a long time. And I think this is the beginning of the bull market, at least a little hiccup, if not anything less. I do think Bitcoin's going to go up to 250,000 this time around. Now, let me point this out that people don't think about. If you go look at Bitcoin or any crypto, any NFT, and you look at their highs, it's only at the high, sometimes for a few seconds, a few minutes, half a day. So 99% of the time, it's not at its high. In fact, 70 or 80% of the time, it's more towards the low. And that's why you pretty much only hear bad stuff about it, because most people who don't understand that, they buy in high and they spend the next 2 years watching it go down, and then they get frustrated and sell it, and then it pumps again and they miss out on it. But this is going to be my third bull run, my third halving, which happens. It's probably going to happen. I think things are going to speed up. So it's going to happen probably in April. Some people are saying May. But I'm going to say mid-April, maybe. And what happens when it halves is you've got the miners, which pretty much you got to be a corporation now to mine for Bitcoin because of how expensive it is. But there, instead of 6, I think right now they get 6 Bitcoin a block, which means every time they mine a block, they're getting right now roughly $200,000+. After the halving, they're only going to get 3.5. So the only way that system works is it's got to double in price, but it's always done more than that in the halving. But then it comes back down. So in the very first one that I participated in, and I remember it just like it was yesterday. I was driving the truck and I'm listening. You could buy Bitcoin at $900. And all of a sudden, Bitcoin jumped up to 20,000. And you couldn't get in to buy it. You couldn't get in to sell it. They closed everything down. It was a mess for a lot of people. But it came down to 3,000. So there you got the high. It was only 20,000 for a few days, maybe a week if that. Then from 3,000, it would go up and down. It went to 10,000, dropped back down to 3,000. Then this past halving, and it was like, I want to say 2 months after the halving, it jumped up to about 60,000, maybe, what the high was. And it did it like overnight. Boom, 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 boom. You know, maybe a week or two it took to get there. And so everybody at that point starts buying in, which means they end up at the high buying in. And then it pisses off for the next 2 years. We get down. It got down this time. The lowest it got was down to 17,000. We'll never see $3,000 Bitcoin again, ever. And after this halving, you'll never see a $27,000 Bitcoin again, ever. So from what I've read and what I think I know, I'm going to say 250,000 top this time around, and a low of maybe 50,000 for the next cycle. But the question is Veve NFTs, are they going to tag along? And I'm going to say yes. Could we miss it? Sure, it can sit it out. But why will it tag along? Here's why. The crypto markets will pump first. So all these guys got wads of cash. I mean wads, money. They can't spend it fast enough, right? The ones who did it right. So then they're like, well, what am I going to, the one thing crypto people like to do is spend crypto. So now they got crypto. So they go in and they're looking, and Veve's still low because it hasn't caught up yet, because what's going to make it go high is people buying in. Okay. So they go, oh, wow, I can buy all these comic books, drive up the price, boom, they buy in, it shoots up. So now Veve starts going through its bull run. And all the other platforms that are left, a lot of them have gone out of business. The gamers still aren't, they're there, but I don't know how much longer it's going to take to incorporate crypto to where the norm is, because they got the same thing as the physical. You got a group of gamers that hate crypto. They don't want it to be a part of the game at all. They don't want NFTs. Then you got the group that does, but most of those people came from the NFT side and like to play games. But what they don't realize is you'll never play a game again without getting paid to play it, because they're going to be a market on that game where you're buying and selling things. And the company's going to want to make it that way because they get fees for every time you buy and sell in the market. The game will be an afterthought. The game's just to get you there. What the real money's going to be is the selling the pieces for the game. And so you're going to come in and you're going to play the game like hell, and you're going to stock you open up a chest and you got this item, and it's a rare item, and you're one of 10 people out of 1 million people playing the game that wants that item, and you sell it for $100,000. That can happen in that kind of a scenario. But most of the items will be commons, but maybe it's $10. So you're playing the game for 3 days and you collect 50 of them. You sell 50 of them at $10 a pop because everybody wants one. Boom, you just pocketed $500. But they're making fees off that the whole time. So what they're going to keep doing is introducing more and more stuff. and hopefully they don't saturate it so bad, so greedy that it ruins the market, like they probably will. But initially, for your initial people in it, it's going to be a gold mine. It's going to be an absolute gold mine. It could also be a nightmare if you buy the wrong stuff high and you can't sell it. Look at the Board 8 Club, the Yacht Club, whatever it's called. At one point, the guys were buying it at $2 million a pop, and now it's worth 50. Well, good luck at selling it. If you need a tax write-off, sell it, and you're going to get a $2 million write-off. But if you need the money, you really have no choice, right? Now, these people probably don't need the money. But if you just say, well, I'm going to hang on to it until it comes back up, well, now you're dependent on the company making it worth that again. And it might take 10, 20 years for that to go up. So you're out. You can't even spend the $50,000 you got. I don't know what's going to go on with the Board 8. I don't know, other than the parties, what they can do. And what worries me about the Board 8, now I'm not connected to them, but they don't seem to be doing anything to improve the situation. And that's what told me Recur was going out of business. They just stopped. I mean, immediately they did 3 or 4 drops after the Star Trek and then nothing. Nothing. Not even an update. And after about 3 months of that, I said, wow, these guys are going to rug pull. They're going to disappear. And it took them about a year, but they finally come out. They did a couple more drops. They whenever they needed money, all of a sudden they did a drop, and everybody buy in and buy out. And by that point, I wasn't touching with a 10-foot pole. And sure enough, all of a sudden, they get on and they announce, we're going out of business. Get your NFTs off of there by November 17th. And boom, it's gone, just like that. And Record, if you go back and watch these videos about 2 years ago, go to any streamer that's still around who's talking about NFTs and watch them talk about Recur. They told you that Recur is a Veve killer, that Recur is the biggest game in town. And people believed it. I believed it. I went and bought the pass at $90. It went up to $1,000. I didn't sell it. Came back down to now $10. I bought the Star Trek. This was it's almost 3 years ago. I bought the Star Trek for $150. That really didn't change price much. It's pretty much, I could have sold it for $150 sometimes. And now they're down, they're worthless. Why? So why are you saving them? Why are you hanging on to them? Because now it's a part of history, and I am getting offers. People want to buy $10, $20. But I'm going to hang on to them. It's a collectible. Maybe somebody else will give them utility. Wait till McDonald's starts coming out with utility. Palm DC is doing very well. Yeah, yes and no. I'm on DC Palm. I just bought I got the 2 that I'm allowed to get, and I believe in them. GSX Gaming, but I'm kind of worried as they haven't seemed to be doing too much new stuff. And once you start dropping, anybody can do that. Okay, but these are my concerns about Palm DC. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but they did just send out an email for the Gotham get together where you figure stuff out, and then you'll get a free airdrop for it. And then the free comic you're getting once a year, I think. But it seems to have stagnated, where people were accusing Veve of that, but I do my own research. I didn't see that. With Palm NFDC, I'm seeing that there's not a whole lot of innovation going on. They might have something big rolling out. I don't know. Are they going to do well during the bull run? Sure, people will start buying into it. But I don't know. Can you tell me one thing that they've done differently since? Once you drop, anybody can drop. And they got grails to drop. So that's, at that point, that is just taking in income to survive. But what are they doing? Are they doing a metaverse? Are they adding new utility? Have you heard anything? And the question is, I haven't heard anything at all from Palm NFT about that. And that worries me. Am I a believer? Yeah, I got a lot of stuff on Palm DC. I'm the back cowl holder. I love it. I love what they've done. Okay, let me put this up, and I agree with you on this. And again, I'm not knocking Palm NFT. I'm just addressing that I got some concerns about them. And again, there could be stuff going on that I don't know about, but there just doesn't seem to be. Okay, they are dropping constant comics, yes, but once you start dropping that, anybody can do that. Okay, a lot of Grails already released, yep, but they got a lot more. There's a lot of DC Grails. DC's probably got more Grails than Marvel does, if you think about it. And Marvel's dropped way more than DC has, but I got to be honest, I like the pace that DC's going at, one comic a week. It makes it more affordable, because trying to keep up with Veve sometimes can be downright expensive. But the point I'm trying to make that, and tell me if you agree with me or not about this. What's anything new that you've heard about Palm NFT doing lately? I haven't heard anything. I don't know what their future plans are. Wherewith, even though people were saying Veve wasn't doing that, I could go see myself that that's the exact opposite. Veve's just cranking shit out. It's just going to take them. It's not as fast as we want it to. I just haven't heard that from Palm NFT, and I would like to. But like I said, I'm a back cowl holder. I've got a ton of comics on there, and I love them, and I'm going to keep supporting them. I would just like to see an update on, maybe this is all they ever do on this platform, and I guess that would work. And just, what are your future plans? What are you going to do different? What are you going to add to it? The only thing I was upset about Palm NFT when it happened was I really would have liked to see the comics on Veve, because one, I want everything in one place. Two, I was already on Veve, so. But I've been happy with them. I'm not upset with them. Like there's anything I want to say. I would just like to see more, new future stuff that they're going to do. That, I guess, the stagnation kind of worries me when a company starts doing that. It's bad for any companies who just get comfortable and not constantly at least be making promises about things, or hinting. And we could hear it tomorrow, for all I know. I don't know. And if you've heard anything, let me know. But as far as the dropping constant, that's a sign they're healthy. They can always drop comics, and they've got plenty of Grails to do. But can you tell me one new thing you've heard other than them doing another let me get my Chromebook's running slow, so I'm getting your messages slowly but surely. Let me read this next message. I'm putting them up on the thing for you. Okay, they can merge with another company to make them whole. Yeah, that's true about any of these companies. And when this takes off and these really become very valuable companies, if they're not already owned by somebody valuable, is somebody going to swoop in and buy them up? Like, who owns Palm NFT? Do you know? I don't. I to be honest, I haven't really looked, but who's behind it? Who is it? DC Comics? Did they buy them? Who knows? But you're right. Somebody will swoop in and buy this company up. Maybe. If all they ever did what they're doing now, I think they'll be okay, but I just don't think they'll be as good as Veve. Okay. So let's go to your next statement here. Veve is innovating more because they have the backing with Disney. Yeah, I can see DC Palm being a future competition to Veve with a big acquisition happening. They're competition now. if you could call it that, because I guarantee you most of the people on Palm NFT are Veves. We're all the same group that just moves on. You know, crypto, what's that new one? The crypto toys. They're all Veve people. You know, you're on a different platform. The one coming up, the Pinnacle. Now, the Pinnacle might be the only one that's different, where this might be the really first group that gets physical people involved, because I've met those pin people at Disney. And because I got an annual pass and I go there a lot, and they are fanatics about these pins. And when they put out the platinum pins, I don't know if they changed their mind, because that seemed to be the route they were going, but it's a dedicated platform to just pins right now anyway. So it's not going to be overwhelming for the physical people. The Veve people have no problem. In fact, we'll probably be most of the customers. But if they start advertising around in the parks, and you've already got the pin fanatics coming out saying we don't want nothing to do with the NFTs. But if they advertise it and they connect it to the physical, and if the only way to get the physical, if they make it so that, you know, they got to interact with the Pinnacle platform, you've now got the physical group, and it's huge. I think it's in the millions, hundreds of thousands at least. So you got that group, and all of a sudden they start noticing Veve, because wow, I like the pins, you know. But think about that. It's a dedicated platform right now just for pins. Because if you try to get them into Veve, they're going to show up and look at it and say, I don't want, this is too overwhelming. Just too much. And they just disappear. They just leave. So I'm actually excited. Think about it this way. Everything Disney does can now help Veve, which in turn helps Disney, because they want more sales. They want to push people towards Veve, because the more sales, the more fees they get, the more fees they get. I guess you call them royalties, is what they really are. The more royalties they get, right? So the Pinnacle is going to help us. It's going to, again, at first, the only people buying those NFTs will probably be Veve people. But you're going to get the physicals coming in. I'm guaranteed. It's going to give them a chance at least. When I walk around Disney, I ask the Disney employees, I'm like, hey, have you heard of Veve? Not a single one has told me yes yet. That means Disney's not pushing it on their employees, which is a good move, because that would give them an advantage over the customers. When I was telling the story about the Walt drop, and I went there for the day they dropped the Walt, and I went for the drop, and I was hoping to get it. It was going to make a great story, right? I'm standing next to the Walt in Orlando here, and I get the Walt, and I couldn't even get near the Walt because they were doing picture day because of Christmas, and they had it all cordoned off, and there was employees there. And I went up to them, I said, hey, I want to get as close to this as I can while I'm doing the drop. Because if for some weird, sick reason, I thought that would help me with the drop. And it didn't. I didn't get shit, like most people. But I asked him, I said, have you guys, and I showed him the Veve, and I showed him the Walt NFT, and neither one knew what I was talking about. Not a single one. And I've asked probably at least 50 people by now that work at Disney, and not a single one knows what Veve is. Now, when you're walking around the parks, you see the golden moments. Some of them are exactly like the ones on the platform, and some aren't. Some of them are different. And there's a lot more golden moments off the platform than there are on the platform. So there's nothing that connects you to Veve. It's not like they have a sign that says own this golden moment on Veve. Why? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they got their reasons. Why in Disney Plus when you go on there? And I do believe 100% that Disney's going to have a button on Disney Plus that you can push that will take you to Veve. But imagine, all the kids that watch Disney Plus. And oh, get an ELSLA. Of course, it won't be the Go moment. That'd probably be too expensive. But we've got these ELSLA NFTs, and if you buy one, you get the NFT, the toy, and we'll mail it to your house. And it's $59.99. Boom, boom, boom. 250 million people. Dad, buy me that. Dad, buy me. Boom, 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 boom. But you've got people then using the NFT and buying their physical products. And let me tell you something. Disney's all about movies, but in its parks, it's all about pushing product. They can sell the shit out of anything. And if they don't, they get rid of it. That's what they do. They do it well. You go walk around the parks, and the average kid is walking around with $1,000 worth of merchandise, holding it in his hands. All the girls are walking around dressed up as little princesses, because in the castle, you can take your daughter there, and it's pretty expensive, but give her a makeup, you get the dress, you get the makeup, you can be whatever Disney princess you want. So imagine they put out an NFT for that. The little princess kit. It's unlimited what these guys can do. Other than regulation. I mean, there are some things that I'm talking about, they might not be allowed to do it. So maybe that's why they haven't done it yet, or maybe the technology's not there yet. They're waiting for it to catch up. Maybe they don't want to do it. I don't know. But there's nothing in the Veve parks that are in the Disney parks. And I've been in all 4, and just nothing that says Veve. Not even a banner. Nothing. It's like it doesn't exist. So, and I've made a few phone calls, and they won't talk to me. I tell them. They said they know what Veve is. I've gotten up high ladders I could, and they won't. They just don't know. Yeah, they tell me to go to the Veve app. They go to Veve, and they'll tell you everything. They're the only ones who know. So they play dumb. But at one point, when they dropped the golden moment for Lady and the Tramp, that has something to do with the restaurant. Not the restaurants. The number of mints coincided with the hotel industry that Disney runs. So I was convinced that the Golden Moments utility was going to have something to do with the hotels. Just like I'm convinced the Aladdin thing's going to have something to do with their new cruise ship, because in the bottom of that cruise ship is a lamp that matches the Golden Moment. Now I'm just guessing that there's no proof of that, but I'm convinced there's something's going to happen there with cruise lines. But anyway, I thought the Lady and the Tramp had something to do with hotels, and I called the Disney side of the hotels, and I got all the way up to a manager, not because of bad things, because they didn't know what I was talking about. And she said, "Yeah, I know what Veve is." I said, "Well, is it going to have a utility, something to do with the hotel? Just asking. What do you got to lose?" And she shut me down right there. She goes, "Oh, you got to go talk to Veve about that. We have nothing to do with that." And she didn't hang up on me. I asked her a couple more things, and just at that point, she knows nothing. So she says, but she did hear about Veve before, the higher up I got. So the higher ups do know about it. It's just, when are they going to present it? When are they going to blow it onto the main screen and their comic sales? If they do something where they attach an NFT to the comic sales, the NFT people alone will push those comic physical sales out through the roof. That's coming. And then you've got the, like I said, Disney Plus, the clothes. Wait till Disney starts attaching clothes to NFTs. Well, you're like, well, why are they going to do that? Why are they going to? Well, because Veve's already doing it with clotheslines. They just did it with 2 different ones. And they're very expensive NFTs now, very rare. GCX, your DC is behind Palm. Yeah, I know that, but who owns DC? I think it's Warner Brothers. You see what I'm trying to say here? You got to go down that rabbit hole, and I really haven't done it with Palm. In the early days, I really tried with Veve, and I really couldn't find, other than Veve means some sort of voodoo term in some different language. I couldn't find out much about Kgmjam and the people. Now, the faces, David Wu and the Pokemon guy, yeah, you can find out things about them, you know, but there's not a whole lot of. I couldn't find any connections between them and Disney as far as ownership goes, other than the IP being on the address. And then the common sense thing going, tell me yes or no. Doesn't it seem like Disney runs Veve pretty much, because every drop is Disney of some way, shape, or form? I guess. I don't know. I think that sometimes. I'm not saying anything bad against the owners of Kgmjam, but it just seems like they're pretty much the ones calling the shot. Of course, you got Apple that's connected there too. So these are exciting times. And yeah, these insights, like I said, I'll talk to whoever will listen all day long. And it's hard to find somebody who will listen. And that's why I'm trying to do it on the stream. I'm hoping to build up a stream following that we all can get together and just talk about these ideals, because and there's a lot better ones out there, but this will be, I really want to attract new people. I want people to ask me, hey, what's Veve? And I'll tell them, and they'll go to it. Or they can come and ask a question and I'll answer it. Or I can get somebody who's watching me to answer it. And anytime you want to come on the show, because I'm recording this, so even if it's only me and you on the show, it's going to go on the YouTube channel, and which is Kgmjam, and they will see it there. And I'll get anywhere between up to 40, 50 views now over the next week or two on a stream or on a video. Now the streams are actually longer, so maybe not as many. I don't know. But I do love to talk about this stuff. Absolutely. I've been doing this for 5 hours now, and my voice is starting to go. So I'm going to log off and take a break. I'm going to be back on later, probably in the day if I can. I got to go do some work real quick, and then I'll be on tonight, definitely messing around, because I'm really just logging on. And if anybody shows up, fine. But what I'm doing is trying different things. I can't get the tabs open without freezing it up. So I'm waiting for StreamYard to contact me, because then I can show you all this stuff that I'm telling you about. But right now I can at least do a Q&A. So thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you later on today or tonight or the next time, whenever. And thank you, and have a good day.